In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second annual JBL Quantum Cup. Pristine sound meets premier esports this weekend, courtesy of JBL, the authority in sound, as we have been blessed with 3 various competitions across 4 different regions spanning 4 days this weekend. I'm Fallout, also known as John Kefalukas, as we, of course, are getting ready to gear up for this Apex Legends North American tournament and competition featuring 20 of the best teams in North America from Apex Legends Global Series. However, it's not just Apex. We have been so fortunate to have Fortnite competitions, CSGO competitions with open qualifiers, invited teams. It almost feels like an annual festival of sorts. I've been saying that all weekend long, but it's true. It's one of my favorite weekends in esports that JBL has kind of created this annual tradition here, and it's been a blast to watch all weekend long. For those that maybe watched or joined us for the Fortnite and CSGO competitions, those featured open qualifiers that led to the playoffs with invited teams. CSGO was a 4-team competition and tournament in Asia. Fortnite was in APAC, Europe, and North America. Apex Legends, well, it's an invite-only North American tournament featuring, again, 20 of the best teams in North America. And you know, if we're featuring 20 of the best teams, I got to bring 2 of the best casters we got in Apex Legends. I can't do it myself. I'm excited to welcome Blue and Glitter Explosion to the desk with me. They'll be calling the action all weekend long. How are we doing, Blue?
I'm doing great, man. It's a pleasure to be here. It's been a few months since I've casted Apex, so I'm really happy to be back in the casting chair once again, ready to jump into this and see who's going to top out the leaderboard this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited too. I know for us, John, it might not have been as long as Blue, but I feel like it's already been too long to have not been watching competitive Apex. I am excited to be working with you two again, and I'm excited to be watching all of these fantastic teams and players one more time.
Yeah, you're spot on. 2 weeks has felt like an eternity, and if you would have had to wait another 3 or 4 weeks until playoffs, I don't know what I would have done with myself. So thank you, JBL, for that as well, by the way. Let's take a look at the format for today. Gonna be an awesome ride. Buckle up, by the way, because it's a 2-day competition. 6 matches today, plus 6 matches tomorrow cumulative. So it's not the kill point 50-point format that we're used to or familiar with in playoffs necessarily, but it is a multi-day competition featuring 12 total games, which means that teams have to be consistent throughout this competition. That's what's going to be super important. And then the point system, let's walk through that as well. Same point system you know and love from the ALGS. It's 12 points for first place, 1 point for 15th place, and 1 point per kill. So what that means is teams can either play aggressive for kills, they can play to survive and make it to late game for placement, or a combination of both, which is one thing you love, different play styles for different teams. That's the format, that's the point system. Let's also talk about the prize pool in terms of what's at stake this weekend. A $50,000 prize pool, significant for these teams for a weekend of Apex. 25 grand for first, 10 grand for second, all the way down to 3 grand for third. Glitter, this is a pretty significant prize pool.
Yeah, we love to see it. Lots of money on the line for all of these teams. But of course, if they're not in any of those top 5 spots, they're not getting anything. So you know that this is going to push them even more to make sure that they're finishing on top.
Yep, that's right. Top 5 or nada. So that's going to create an interesting dynamic of racing for that top 5 here in this competition. We'll keep you all updated throughout. But then not only do we have this prize pool, we also have a digital NFT trophy courtesy of JBL. JBL coming in the clutch with an NFT, and it's animated. Take a look at this thing, an absolute beaut across every single game. Every champion gets this as well. Blue, this is looking pretty nice.
Yeah, absolutely. The days of having to wait for that trophy to be shipped to the team house are done and dusted. Now we can instantly deliver you the trophy on the blockchain. New technology here, brought to you by JBL. I'm loving it.
Ain't that the truth? So that's what's at stake here this weekend. That's the format, that's the point system. Again, 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. It's time to talk about some of our teams in this competition. There's a lot of discussions to be had around the teams competing, because Blue pointed out a great statistic right before we went live. 16 of the 20 teams playing today are going to be in the playoffs. This is almost a mini preview for what we can expect in January, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got, again, some of the best. Most of the top 5 placements inside of the ALGS are here. So I am really excited to see how these matches are going to go. We've got a couple of landing sites that are going to be a little bit contested here as well among some of the lower placing teams. So we could even have some really early fighting action. Maybe, you know, a little bit of griefing going on. I'm really excited to see how these first few games are going to pan out.
Yep. Very true. So I'm excited, of course. One of those teams that really the later points of the ALGS Season 1 started dominating is G2. They'll be featured today, and on that note, I'm excited to actually welcome Designful to the desk alongside us for a quick pregame interview. My man Design, appreciate you joining us, brother. My first question for you is, first things first, in terms of ALGS performance, before we jump into today, y'all started a little bit slow in ALGS, early on in the season. We're able to pick it up halfway through the season with some really solid placements. I think you guys got 2 points, 2 points, then 12, then 9, and really turned it up. What was the difference halfway through the season that helped you guys turn it around?
It was Valkyrie. It was Valkyrie. I mean, everybody's figured it out. They've learned Valkyrie is the legend. It's the legend to use now. So we switched it up a little bit. We switched to Valkyrie, and then we also kind of switched to Ashe before everybody has discovered Ashe. And now everybody's starting to like try it out in the off season before the tournament that's coming up in January. And it'll be interesting to see if they can adapt and pick it up into their comp too.
Very nice stuff. So I'm curious to talk a little bit more about today. I'm curious about your thoughts. You think we're going to see any different play styles among the teams here today? Any teams might be playing a little bit more aggressively, considering that this is not attached to the ALGS, might be just trying to have a little fun this weekend? Or you think it's going to be all serious, all trying to focus things up here and try to get as many points as possible?
No, we're going to be sweating. We're going to be sweating for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, like you guys said, I just heard 16 out of 20 teams and $50,000 prize pool. So people are definitely going to be trying hard.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys know each other very well, right? You play all of ALGS together, and now we've practically just kind of picked you all up, put you in this new tournament. So coming from that into this tournament, is there a specific squad that you have your eyes on, knowing that you either want to avoid or somebody that you actually are looking to take down? Maybe a little bit of vengeance from the last season, Anyone you got your eyes on?
No, I mean, we've been confident with all our team fights. The one team I do like to fight though is Sentinels. I don't know if they're in this right now, but I like the way they're really smart with their Ashe as well. And Ashe versus Ashe fights with like the double insta portals is very interesting, and it's fun to play against that and adjust.
I love that insight. Yeah, it's a good perspective. Now I'm gonna take a big sip of my coffee for this one. You better be ready, because I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit. I want to get your take. A lot of talk about best controller players in the game. Obviously, 3 of potentially the best players on your squad. I don't know if you believe that or not. Give me the top 5 real quick, off the top of your head. Top 5 controller players in the world in Apex Legends. Obviously, you throw Jen Burton in the mix.
In the
Tyler
world?
FPS, Nox, and of course, Verhols.
We haven't went to a LAN yet,
Fallout. I want to hear.
I can't do that.
I guess that's fact. Hard to prove. Online
I'll give you top 3.
Point, who do you think?
I'll give you top 3. G2 Jen, G2 Resulter, and G2 Designful.
I hate you so much, bro. I knew you were gonna do that. I'll take it though. I'll take it. I respect it. But for real though, you actually believe that the 3 of y'all are maybe top 3, top 5 best controller players in the game. You really have that much confidence in your boys?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it doesn't all come down to gun skill. It comes down to smarts, IGLing, just knowing like what to do. And I mean, we're the only 3 controller team to really make it work. So it's pretty nice.
Fact. That is an absolute fact. Yeah, right. Well, I appreciate the perspective, man. Listen, that's why I love getting you for interviews, bro. Your personality shines. One of the best personalities in the scene. If anyone in the stream right now is not following Designful, watching his stream, following him on Twitter especially, always giving some hot takes and spicing things up on Twitter. That's what I love about him, man. Big shout out to G2. I got a lot of love for the boys. Wishing you guys luck in this event.
Thank you. We'll try to get a 4-peat like we did in the last one.
Love to hear that, brother. Going for the 4P, baby. Listen, we know what G2's capable of, that's for sure. Always playing with confidence. And I know they've been playing with Nick Merckx lately as well, so they have extra confidence coming to this competition. That man is not lacking any confidence, that's for sure. G2 always putting on a show, Glitter.
I love it. I love that we get to see a little bit of the players' personalities, whether it's before or after these tournaments, because obviously we're always focusing on them as players and how good they are. We want their perspective. We want their professional analysis. We want to learn more about their comps, whatever we can get out of them. But I love when they also give us a little bit of personality to go along with it, because they all have very big personalities. Do not be fooled. I know we don't talk to them frequently, but they all have massive personalities.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, let's get them on camera more. We need those guys. We need to make sure that the world knows how great they are in terms of personality and gameplay. That's for sure. And it's interestingly enough, G2 Ocelot, aka Carlos, confident in his own right, could not have picked a better roster at Apex than those three. Fit in that mold very, very well. But it's not just G2 competing today in this competition. We got 19 other squads, and let me tell you, we got a bunch of killers, man. These are some very, very top teams competing in this one. Blue, talk me through a couple maybe wild cards or squads that are maybe dark horses on this page.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at it here, I think some of the interesting fights that we're going to be having develop here is between a few of our teams that we've seen kind of face off against each other in the ALGS matches. One that comes to mind for me is going to be Furia, who has some bad blood up against BBG here, so we could maybe see some early fights happening between them. I know we saw in an earlier round of the ALGS, they were going up against each other, oftentimes having those really early fights where Furia was normally the winner. So I think there's going to be some chances for BBG to maybe get some revenge. Other than that, once again, we've got a lot of the lower top 5, the top 10 teams inside of the ALGS here looking to prove themselves as well, and some other underdogs here, such as Absolute Monarchy. I already talked about Built by Gamers, and then we've got the Charlotte Phoenix and Ghost Gaming roster also showing up, trying to prove themselves as well.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of hard to call ESA an underdog because they got third place in the grand scheme of things, but without Verholst, they're kind of a question mark as well. So ESA, Built by Gamers, I think is a squad that can make some noise. Xset, a team that, occasionally comes in and makes a ton of noise. So I'm excited for a lot of these squads on this page, but we do have 5 that we had to highlight in particular as our 5 teams to watch. Glitter, get us started.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously have a lot of squads we're keeping our eyes on, but these 5 in particular are the ones that are jumping. Okay, first up, we have to talk about 100 Thieves. Obviously, Vayne, Onmu, and Scurry in the squad. And we did have some questions about them during the ALGS, but they had a very strong final week of games. And in that final week, they did even finish above NRG. So maybe they finally found their groove. We'll just have to wait and see. Then, of course, G2, we just got to chat with Designful, Resulta, and Gent. But they were 4th out of the ALGS, and they are a squad that did get a first place finish in one of those weeks under the belt, and they're not afraid to take a fight. So I definitely want to be keeping our eyes on them. And then, of course, NRG, first place out of NA. And in my opinion, Sweet's one of the best IGLs in the game. So this is a trio that not only ourselves, but other teams in the lobby are always going to be looking out for here, Blue.
Rounding out the rest of our highlighted teams here, we've got TSM, who the big story for them is obviously the pickup of Verholst coming in from the Esports Arena roster. This seems to have ignited a lot of aggression for this team. And again, while we're still seeing, once again, this team try to look for those more consistent placements, those top 1 through 3 placements, they've gotten enough to remain inside of the top 5 here, but getting that gold medal has evaded them for a large extent of the ALGS. They're going to be looking to change that again here today with Verholst once again on the roster. And finally, to round it out, we've got Complexity, one of the smartest teams inside of the ALGS, in my opinion. Their capability in terms of the restraint, in terms of when they choose to take fights, has put them in a lot of really powerful positions and has allowed them to take games. But as we've seen, some results a little bit more hit or miss as of the most recent round of ALGS, where they started things out well, but then failed to carry it forward, with some better results being shown earlier on in the split.
Yeah, that's right. Complexity and consistency are 2 words, the 2 C's that we always kind of talk about with this squad. Their highs are so high, their lows tend to be a little bit low. Excited to see what this Complexity roster can do, dropping north of World's Edge. As we, of course, are getting ready. Gameplay is just about around the corner here. We'll keep you all updated, but want to also mention, not only are these teams competing for something today, $50,000, so are you. You can watch and win by entering our JBL Quantum Cup sweepstakes. Type !Gleam in the chat for your chance to get hooked up and your setup or upgraded courtesy of JBL, the best in audio for esports and gaming. Make sure to enter that by pressing !Gleam and enter our sweepstakes for your chance to win. But gentlemen plus glitter, girl and boy here alive with me. We're getting ready for this one. We got predictions coming up. I want to ask your thoughts and see who you think is going to take this competition today. Glitter, starting with you.
The whole thing or just this first game?
Whole thing.
Oh.
Whole shebang.
Oh, that's okay. All right. Listen, I know this might be, I might have been swayed by that interview, but after we got to chat with Designful, I might be leaning towards G2 now. He just felt so confident, like ready to take everybody on again.
I like that. G2's your pick. Blue, how about you?
I have to agree with Glitter to some extent on G2. Their confidence has been absolutely brimming, and as of the most recent play day, they seem like one of the most competent teams about controlling those late game, very chaotic fights that oftentimes teams tend to fall apart on. The only other team that's going to be able to contend with that, though, is NRG, who we've seen, especially from their listen-ins, they are by far one of the best, if not the best team, in terms of controlling those types of situations, making sure that they're always in a powerful position to play them out, and usually winning them. So they're going to be my personal favorite to win this.
I like the NRG pick. I like the G2 pick. I'm gonna roll with TSM as my pick here. I think they've had a couple weeks now, maybe a month plus, to mold and mesh with Verhulst. I think it's a big competition for them, as they of course have the playoffs around the corner, so they're gonna be really gunning to prove that this is the right pickup in Verhulst. I really like what he brings to the team as a Valkyrie pickup on that squad, replaces Snipe down well. I got TSM taking it. Let us know in the chat your predictions. Want to know your thoughts and see who you think is going to take this one. It's not just us as analysts and commentators. We'd love to get any of your opinions as well. We're waiting for teams to load into lobby here. Gameplay is around the corner, but we've been talking a lot about some of these squads. We talked about those two different play styles, right? Fighters, survivalists. And I'd love to get your take here on which team, Blue, starting with you, which team is the best fighter team? And Glitter, I'm going to ask you the same thing, but flipped. Which team is the best kind of survivalist placement, early rotation heavy team? But Blue, who do you think is the best pound for pound fighting team in the ALGS?
Overall, in the ALGS, I would probably have to say Energy for the reasons that I was talking about before. Just their ability to kind of control the chaos is really unmatched versus some of the other teams that I was watching in preparation for this event. Another team that kind of gets an honorable mention in this department, though, for their ability to take early fights has got to be Esports Arena. They are one of the most aggressive teams in this aspect and one of the least afraid to jump on a team if a moment of opportunity presents itself. They're not too worried about potential third parties or other consequences that could come from taking that, and that oftentimes puts them very high up on the leaderboards. Sometimes leave them getting knocked out fairly early, though, so it is a bit risky, but I do respect the confidence that we see out of them, and they're definitely going to get an honorable mention in that category for me.
Love it. Glitter, how about you on the flip side? Which team is, maybe one of the best kind of early rotations, placement heavy, survivalist type of squads?
I know that we were questioning their consistency a little bit, but I think I'm going to be looking at Complexity for that this time around. It's just when Complexity's on, they are such a smart team when it comes to getting a solid position, when it comes to choosing the fights that they want to take, backing off if they need to, and they put themselves in these really strong positions because of those choices and tend to make it into late game if that's what they can do successfully. So I might be keeping my eyes on Complexity if that's the play style that we're looking for.
Yeah, I also think we'd be remiss not to mention TSM in that category. One of the most early rotate kind of placement heavy teams ever since the very early on, days of competitive Apex. And that's one thing, in chatting with Verhulst, when you ask him, what's the difference between playing with TSM, playing with ESA? You covered ESA in the fighters category because you're spot on. They like to play edge. They like to fight. TSM, well, they're an opposite play style. So that's been a bit of an adjustment for Verhulst. I think he's adjusted well. If anyone can adjust, it is Verhulst on this team. Glitter, you've obviously had a chance to cast over Verhulst on ESA and kind of see his rising star type of performance. Talk to me about what Verhulst brings to this squad.
Honestly, we've even had a chance when we were doing the ALGS, we got to listen to their comms and we could hear how he was kind of meshing with the group in that way. And it was one of those things where it felt seamless, right? We kind of, obviously that's a weird position, especially that late into the split, to have to shake up your roster and add somebody new in and not have a lot of time to do it. And when they did that very first week with Verhulst, he more than carried like his own weight in those team situations. I mean, he was confident, he was doing so much damage and was able to keep up with the very much loved but very aggressive and a little bit insane sometimes the play style and the comm style of Hal. Okay, we all know that he can be a lot to handle, and I feel like Verhulst really did do just that.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect breakdown. I couldn't agree more. On the flip side, would love to get your take. We talked a little bit about Complexity at a high level. We've highlighted them and spoken to what makes them so great. But Blue, break down that roster for me. Those three, obviously Monsoon, Shiny, Reptar. What does Monsoon bring to the table? What's kind of their team dynamic?
Yeah, absolutely the case. And once again, this team is going to be an interesting one to see played out here. You talk about Complexity, you said, right?
Yep, correct.
Yeah, so for Complexity, I think it's going to be really interesting to see. iShiny is actually someone that I know fairly well back from, interestingly enough, when I used to cast virtual reality esports.
What?
He came, yeah, not a lot of people may not know that, but he came from that department. And this may be like again, I might be misremembering this, but I'm pretty sure I vaguely knew him back when I used to play competitive Guild Wars 2 as well.
I think I have heard that.
Yeah,
and he was a pro Contenders Overwatch player. This guy does it all.
Yeah.
So he's someone who I've known for quite some time, and it's been very interesting to see his journey. But again, one of the most dedicated players that I have seen over the years due to his consistency of just continuing to move from game to game. And I think he's really come into his own here in Apex. So big personal fan of him. Going to be very curious to see how Complexity does today for the reasons of they are one of the smarter teams of this lineup, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's right. I've been impressed with iShiny since the beginning. Obviously, his twin brother Muffins, big shout out to them as like the McCarthy twins. But we are getting ready and just got word that the lobby has launched and the dropship is flying across World's Edge. Game number 1 is upon us, my friends. Blow it up in the chat right now. Let us know who you want to win. Is NRG, TSM, 100 Thieves? They definitely need your energy after starting slow in ALGS Split 1, obviously ending much better. Let us know your predictions. Let us know your thoughts, because gameplay is just around the corner. Map number 1. Y'all ask your predictions in the overall tournament. Who do you think is going to come out and win in map number 1? Give us a quick heads up. Who's going to start strong, Glitter?
I might be on the NRG train for the first game.
Love it.
I'm gonna throw it out the esports arena. Let's see if they can really get those early kills for themselves. Maybe leverage that into a good position late game. I'll throw a risky one out there. See if it pans out.
I like both of those picks for game number 1. Guess what? Gameplay is here. The World's Edge. You know and love our competitive map here in Apex Legends Global Series. And what a preview of ALGS Playoffs Split 1 we have, as we're gonna jump on board to kick things off with Space Station Gaming and XSET. Take it away, Glitter and Blue.
All right, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Our very first drop coming in hot here as we're taking a look at both 100 Thieves and SSG while we take a look at the rest of the landing positions in the circle. Like I said, we had a couple positions where players are more than likely going to have to shift from where they normally were playing inside of the ALGS just due to the contestations that are going to come down here from teams that probably are going to be able to take those positions a little bit better. So that's going to be focused around the Trials and Skyhook area, where we've already seen a few teams have to shift away from their normal positions. But we'll follow up with that on a later game here as everyone's still getting themselves sorted on the ground.
Yeah, I'm interested to see just where these first 2 zones do end up pulling for our teams, to see which ones are going to have to start making those early rotations that Fallout was obviously alluding to at the very beginning of all this. Oh, okay, all right. This is huge for G2. Wait, what did I say? Look at the zone instantly. This is very, very favorable for G2 in thermal right now. But to be fair, this is relatively central. I mean, we've seen a lot of southern zones throughout the entirety of the ALGS. This is at least a little bit more forgiving, so that a lot of these teams are close enough that they can take some time, loot up, you know, over in Lava Fish, or even the ones that are down in Siphon. Everyone has some time that they can really figure out where they want to hold and where they want to move next.
Energy going to be another team that takes a huge advantage from the positioning of the initial circle here. We'll have to rotate themselves a little bit, as that will more than likely pull towards the center, but we'll follow that up again a little bit later on and see how exactly that pans out, as they'll have a couple teams to contend with in the midst of that rotation as well. We can see that the initial circle actually quite full of teams, so it's going to be potentially hard to find that late round position if these are going to be some early rotating teams that move into that spot. But once again, we'll see how that all pans out in the later moments of this matchup, as we're taking a look again at most of our teams just looting up for this first few minutes here.
Yeah, you can see SSG has already made their way into the zone. I mean, we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on a lot of the teams that are over in Fragment, East and West, even Complexity up in Epicenter. They might have to potentially run into some squads, because their rotation paths are fraught with chokes and squads that will be looking for people coming through those chokes. So it should be interesting. But already NRG and G2 starting to poke at each other a little bit as they're trying to find some places to hold in thermal.
G2 a little bit split up as well, so Energy may be thinking they can get an early advantage by popping off some shots while they are out in the open. Won't lead to a whole lot, though, just like we were saying there, Glitter, a little bit of poke between the two teams, and they eventually back away from each other here to take up more strong positions to probably play out this first few minutes of the games. You'll see they'll end up backing away from each other. I believe that's going to be W as well in the middle of Thermal Station right now, looking to maybe establish some positioning for themselves, as G2 has been pushed out of the area for the time being into a different spot.
We'll have to see which team ends up deciding to go for the high ground, if any. Premier GG now taking a little bit of damage themselves, potentially running into some squads over by Tree as they try to decide what they want to do here in the situation. Some damage does come out. We see an Arc Star 2 being tossed around. Was that already a knockdown shield, though, that I believe I saw?
I didn't catch it myself, so we'll have to see. And it looks like we do have at least one member of Renegades going down. Saucer getting himself knocked out here. Switch over to Gent as well to see if anything going on with him. But Bombardment's coming in over Rocker right now as we switch once again to the POV of Energy, who are once more still trying to maintain a forward positioning for themselves here, as they're taking some early heat, whether from G2 or another team in the area of Thermal Station. As you talked about, a lot of teams getting those early positionings on the inside of this first circle, but now going to need to try and find a way to leverage it here, as all the other teams are starting to rotate in, those that wanted to take these positions early anyway.
Yeah, we saw Gent there still on white shield, so he's definitely going to be looking to deal some of that poke damage and hopefully kind of get that evoed up for now. As we saw, Exa has also made their rotation into the area. A lot of teams, there's Renegades off in the distance. Everyone's trying to get their spot and hold it early as they continue to see where these zones are pulling. Premier GG looks like they may have gotten out of that engagement that we saw them in the middle of just a little while ago. And they are now also on that far southwest edge of thermals. You can see the zone on their mini-map. And now we take a look back in with it here on our large map. Everyone is really setting up in that corner where all of those small buildings are towards the edge. And last time this happened in ALGS Blue, we saw the teams that won were the ones that hid right on the edge of the map where those small dips in the rocks allow you to hold. Right here where SSG is.
Yeah, SSG going to be taking up that position. Still, again, taking a few shots for themselves. Is actually, I think they're just setting themselves up here and trying to loot to the best of their own capability. Loba in there, that's porting items over to one of our two teams. We'll try to check in on one of them a little bit later, but either way, that's going to create a very claustrophobic situation for those three teams, as they'll have to try and find a way to fight from here later on in the round, which shouldn't be too much of an issue, but obviously the circle pulls their direction. Now we had another big group of teams over by Tree as well. For instance, Charlotte Phoenix being the one in there. I believe Ghost also in that neighborhood with at least one more team, so we've got some potential for early fights building up over there if those teams are going to be forced to rotate as well. Speaking of which, Charlotte Phoenix looks like they got themselves out of there and now moving into the vicinity of Thermal Station, which for the most part is going to be open, but obviously this is a bit of a precarious spot for themselves. And as we do head over to SSG, we do confirm again they brought the Loba and are going to be stealing some loot from that further complex. Thankfully they got the ultimate out here.
That's really going to set themselves up well with a lot of safety for a decent amount of time, because there's so many other teams that are going to be focusing on the ones above that are trying to hold any of those buildings, that for now SSG can kind of just wait them out and steal their loot in the process. I also do love that we're getting to see Ash on more than just G2 right now. After we got to speak with Designful, he did say that a lot of squads are starting to kind of test her out right now in this downtime before they get into more ALGS action at the end of January. So enjoy seeing more of that. But Noble looks like they're in a little bit of trouble here as they do lose Impulse. Wonder who they're fighting with right now.
Looks like a couple teams actually using this as a bit of a test bed to maybe try out some different comps, as they're varying a little bit from what we were used to seeing, as they are going to try to get themselves back up. Though we've got defensive bombardments as well as quite a few other abilities coming out here from Valkyrie's teams further away, trying to pepper that damage in, and so far working out quite well, as I think Impulse possibly gets down for a second time. They're unsure if they were able to res him up, but either way, he's going to be brought back up one more time. The bubble also goes down to give them that extra room they need. Finally, they're able to rotate around this rock, get some security for themselves, and hopefully are going to be able to heal back up.
I wonder if, anybody knows they're there.
I would say a confident yes. Yeah, Noble continuing to take shots as another defensive bombardment is thrown at them here, and they'll try to maintain that position. Looks like they're going to be able to survive okay, but as you can see, at least one of them, I believe, Lucas, still working with white shields, possibly two of them, in fact. So we're really going to have to try and find a way to pepper some shots in to get an upgrade onto that. And obviously, still looking to survive here as well, as one of them's going to take at least one shot from a triple tank.
I mean, they are pinched in a really rough spot right now. They've got teams on both sides of them. They know that they have snipers looking their way, and they have taken so many aerial assaults, whether it's from the Gibbies or from the Valks. I mean, they're going to be stuck in a really rough spot, as we can see that the zone is going to continue making that southwestern pull, and SSG has really set themselves up well here.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, a big key component of trying to control these more chaotic late game situations is going to be keeping that fight in front of you and not having to worry about potential back flanks or even ones to the side. And as you were talking about earlier, SSG having a near perfect position to do that, as it's nigh impossible for someone to be able to get at least a good flanked angle against them here, as we more than likely will enter a late game situation. Here comes the push, though, as we're going to see a lot of players fighting G2, making a big push against Renegades right now. Going well so far, but the damage starting to turn around a little bit here as they start to down some of the members of G2 themselves. Designful going down, Resulta as well, but it's G2 that ends up winning the fight at the end of the day. It's just one survive. Only Gent gonna remain in this one. Caustic Grenade going and nearly taking him out, and in fact, the third party comes in from Premier GG to finish things off.
And that's what's so scary about this zone, is that once these fights start popping up, there's really no room to back off and hide in if you are, unfortunately, one of those teams that is forced into an early fight. I mean, when you combine that with the caustic too, there was just no safe place to escape. All of the squads can hear and are looking for when those last remaining players with low health and shields try to push out somewhere safe and are ready for that third party cleanup. Noble now the team that is actually on the back of these rocks, deciding that they want to hold that area. Premier GG, very, very looted up after being able to clean up that final kill on G2. That's such an unfortunate fight, man.
Might have actually been another team that managed to sneak it, but either way, just so little damage on that last member alive for G2.
Yeah.
We're going to see SSG moving in to take the tier 2 building themselves, just try and play into G2's old position as they've given up that rock slide on the back there, as you were mentioning before, and I think that's in the hands of Noble for the time being. SSG will obviously be keeping a very close eye on that, considering the fact that they have that immediate threat from behind them, but as you can see, there is far more than just the one team behind them to worry about. So many in this area, and we've got quite a few more beginning to rotate in from the north side. 100 Thieves and TSM FTX being some of the teams holding on the outskirts of the circle right now, waiting for it to close. And I know we have at least one more team contending with 100 Thieves, FTX, and Fury. It's looking like Team Liquid going to be the late rotate, moving in from the far north side of our minimap there.
You can see just how many black markets are out as well, because people know that loot's going to be limited and they don't want to have to move their position in order to acquire it. So those Lobas are coming in real clutch for any of the squads that have them and have access to that black market right now. 100 Thieves, you were just talking about them, checking in with them as to try to land some wingman shots on individual players who are crossing below them. Able to do some damage and get a crack on that purple shield there from Onmu. Nice wingman shots, but this is one of those squads that even if they are fighting here, will still have a decent amount of rotating to do ahead of them, so they're going to have to make quick work of this one.
TSM finally going to leap into the hot zone here, and it is going to be hot indeed as they find an open building for themselves to take. Thankfully, it is going to be open as well. Immediately taking fire as they try to drop in there. Dropped, trying to return some of that fire, but immediately paying the price as his shield's going to get cracked, and he'll have to fall back and battery up real quick to make sure SSG maintains a strong position, as he'll just be single holding downstairs the first floor with the rest of his teammates holding that high ground on the second floor. Noble still waiting things out here as once again TSM FTX move themselves into the back of this facility, taking up one of the few open buildings. It looks like we may have one or two remaining on the backside of that as well, and more teams going to start to fly in with those redeploys to get themselves into a better position to use it here, as we can see at least one more squad entering the fray. Not going to find coverage so easily this time, as Noble is going to be able to sneak a few shots off onto that squad, but also looking to return some damage onto SSG as well, still holding directly next to them.
That was a risky Valk rotate coming out of TSM, but I'm impressed that they were able to pull it off and somehow land one of the only empty buildings in this entire zone. They've managed to set themselves up pretty decently now, as the rest of the squads outside SSG here looking to deal some damage on anyone that's in the area. Xset's rotated in, and at this point, the majority of the solid spots have been taken, as we see the people figured out where Noble is and are trying to at least chip away at Noble. And they haven't really been able to deal too much damage from this position once they've moved their way into it, so they probably are going to be low on resources. Still see one of them on white shields there, and it's going to be a little bit rough for them. They'll probably have to wait it out for as long as possible until endgame.
It's going to be looking like esports arena, hiding up on the hill for themselves, trying to maintain. In the meanwhile, Noble keeping close watch on that upper hill position to ensure no one is going to be able to sneak things off. This is a good move from Noble, too, to be in such a powerful position after they were cornered at the very spot that they're looking at right now about 5 minutes ago, as that first circle was closing in. Speaking of which, on to tier 3 here now as it begins to close in, and as you were saying, all the spots inside of here for the most part have been taken. We're going to see Kyle move in there, try to engage on a fight, but very quickly regrets that decision as he backs away. They're realizing that that spot has already been taken, and more importantly, the players inside the residents of that position are well aware of the play from Hall. No one going to dare to take that portal from the other side as well. SSG will continue to maintain strong positioning with both teams respecting each other.
I think he was close to getting that kidnap. That was a little bit scary, but in the end, it didn't work out. You could see him there. He was looking for it to see if they were going to come through after him, but somehow SSG survives. Built by Gamers over by that rock now. SSG trying to look around and see if they can get damage down on any of the teams that are on them, but so far, everyone's playing pretty passively. After that really early fight that ended up taking out G2, everyone has kind of just backed off and been content to deal poke damage here, and they're forcing at least the use of the resources of a lot of these squads. But like I was saying before, with the amount of Lobas that we saw, the amount of black markets that were down in that area, I mean, they probably have been able to recoup a little bit, but at some point they will run out. And 100 Thieves now has made their way closer to the zone. They're right on the edge, but don't have a whole lot of cover to work with, so there will be a chance they have to fight their way through a lot of these teams.
It's looking like Absolute Monarchy going to go in with the Valkyrie rotate, working their way into a position where they can fight, but unfortunately that spot has been taken, so they're going to be susceptible to any third party from the surrounding players. As you saw on our minimap, there's a lot of teams, all the remaining ones pretty much rotating into this far side of Thermal on the north end of it. So Absolute Monarchy taking a big risk here, getting some positioning to play with, but as you saw, one of their members going down. Sunwen going to have to try and regen at some point here if the moment of opportunity presents itself, but no med kit, only going to have those tiny little syringes to use to get himself back to full HP. Rocker also taking some heat here for energy as they look to poke out and do some damage again, but once more, pay the price for it as it's an incredibly tense situation for every single team inside of the circle right now.
They have been holding that position for quite some time, and I really thought they were going to move off of it, but I think by the time that they might have had a chance, I think Knights is above them. I think we saw Ghost now top center up high. So a lot of these available spots have been taken up by the remaining squads that had to take a little bit longer to get into the zone, the ones that had those northern and northeastern drop spots. Checking in with Built by Gamers now, though. Also trying to do whatever they can poke-wise, knowing that eventually they're going to have to start moving, and that was a lot of damage that just got taken by them.
Yeah, Sync gonna have to once again waste a lot of resources getting himself back to full HP from that. You can see as well the crypto drone out here trying to get some advanced scouting done. Was once again that circle going to be closing in very, very soon, and teams are going to have to plan their rotates as things will begin to close in on these more secure positions towards the north side of Thermal here very, very soon, and it's going to make it very difficult to keep yourself alive. There's a lot of open territory in that rotate, working your way down to the smaller village on the west side of this complex. As you're seeing, though, all the teams that chose to maintain that spot still going to be pretty confident about themselves being in this position here, but we have so many teams in such a small area here. It's all going to come to blows sooner rather than later. I think in the next minute, we're going to see that kill feed light up a lot more than it has been up until this point.
I don't think I'm ready for the amount of chaos that is about to occur, and we see our first, probably of many Valk rotates coming in from Premier GG there as they try to scout and find a better location to land. I really thought they were going to take a lot more damage than that, be punished a little bit more heavily for being up in the air for that long, but it wasn't as terrible as it could have been. I say they need to count their blessings right now because that just must have been impeccable timing. This is about to start. I mean, we're going to start seeing a lot of things popping off here. Lots of GB bubbles going down off in the distance as we try to see some sniper poke coming out. Built by Gamers looks like they might be one of those teams that has to start backing off from their position. Somehow managed to escape, though, not too badly damaged. I don't know how no one else has gone down yet here, Blue. It's
a really interesting kind of conflicting point of view for both of these teams right now because they all want to poke out and try to catch some of these Valk rotates, but the second they do, they've probably got like 4 to 5 different teams also trying to fire onto them the moment they open their doors. There's just no stability right now as you're going to start to see these fights popping off as we have the circle really beginning to close in here. And oh man, Madness getting absolutely melted trying to open up a portal for his teammates to use. Dropped as well from SSG getting knocked out here as they move out of the building, which they were holding before. No longer going to be a secure position for them to play into, and one of their members will go down as a result of it. Madness so far separated from the rest of his teammates because he was trying to deploy that portal. There's no hope for getting him back into the game. So that brings Ghost down to 2 here as once again more and more players continue to fall. One of the members of Complexity, their Reptar, getting knocked out as well. This is really only the beginning of it, though.
And this is where all the Valk rotates starts coming. Ghosts decides they're going to stay on high for now and maintain this position and try to pick off as many people as they can. Kraber in the hand of 6 right now. See if he's able to do anything with it. Decides to play it a little bit safer until the shot is 100% certain. Only 7 bullets left in the Kraber for him right now. Very unfortunate that they lost Madness there as he was trying to create that portal for them to at least use to go back and forth between the high and low ground. TSM now in a very rough spot, losing reps. Verholz super low. Hal trying to heal up for himself, but they don't have a lot of cover to work with.
To see Hal pulling off a nice defense there, saving his own teammate as Verholz was about to get pushed over the top. The problem is he's still going to leave himself in a very exposed position, and immediately another third party comes in to knock him out, leaving all the hopes for TSM on Verholz, probably for the rest of this game. Verholz even now in a tough spot as he's going to become susceptible to the same positioning. 100 Thieves, I believe, just getting themselves knocked out there as well. Team Liquid still holding on with 2 and a tiny bit of cover. Thought that maybe they were going to be able to get their third back up, but never mind. Now it's 2 dead instead of just 1 here. Xset still with all 3 alive as they're also trying trying to push into another team. Lazarus, more than likely going to become their victim relatively soon if they can stay alive, but Ghost, 6 finally connecting onto that Kraber shot. An instant down. A bubble will more than likely allow for the teammate down there to be rezzed back up, but at the same time, you've got other threats from Ghost up here to deal with as well, as they are just peppering shots, taking down everyone and trying to get as many KPs as possible from all this chaos here as Exet completes that push that we were looking at a few moments ago and knocks out the team. Lazarus becomes their victim as they go down as our 9th squad.
And we just lost like 9 teams in about 2 minutes here because this is what we were anticipating when everybody had to start pushing in on each other. The fact that Exet has managed to sneak by while becoming the kill leader. I mean, I feel like nobody really had their eyes on them, and they were just able to clean up fight after fight as we see so many squads now whittled down to 1 remaining player. NRG, though, another team that's looking very, very comfortable right now, looted up, decent shields going for themselves. They know exactly who's in front of them. That might be Exit on the other side of that wall that we're seeing Sweet starting to do a lot of damage, but then it is as we see the push come in from Exit. The bubble does come down from NRG, and this should be a fantastic fight as we see the rest of the squad hearing the chaos, trying to push in on these final moments. And right now, it looks like Exit is in trouble.
Exit with some unfortunate timing there on the expiration of that bubble. I think the Arcstar ends up killing their last player alive, so Energy sustains here. The late rotators so far are coming out on top. We've got Absolute Monarchy still alive here inside of the top 5 as well. This is one of the teams that is not going to be playing inside of the LGS playoffs and is really looking to prove themselves here in our one-off tournament today as they get some great damage going onto one of our stragglers trying to rotate their way in. Davis is going to quickly hop up there, trying to see if he can finish them off, and indeed, that will knock out the last player alive for Team Liquid, getting them out and bringing us down to our final 4 here. We've got, I believe, Energy still in it as well, so they're going to be another team here with 2 additional teams looking to fight it out. Who they are, we'll figure out here over the next few moments once we get some intel from the kill feed. It's Complexity as well as Knights, and in fact, no, Ghost is our 4th team as they're holding the top of that little barricade right now, trying to hold themselves off, but it seems like Absolute Monarchy has the POV on so many of these teams, and so much free damage is going to be going their way as a result of that. One of the players you can see at 1,300 right now. Ghost as well coming down to the wire. They're just hiding inside of this tiny little loot box. As you can see, the circle's edge is right next to them here. Thankfully, a lot of mats built up for them. So for the 2 that are alive, Candace as well as 6, they're going to be able to stay alive for some time here as Absolute Monarchy just continues to pepper in every single shot and every single piece of damage they possibly can.
This is very unfortunate for Ghost. I mean, they were that team on high. They have to try and make a push here, but they're working with limited verticality. The rest of the squad's being directly below them. They do drop down, and they are able to clean up 1, hopefully giving them a little bit of loot, but Absolute Monarchy just has this position that won't be stopped. I mean, they have eyes on every single people, and as the zone closes in, not only will it be helping Absolute Monarchy, but they're going to be able to pepper so much damage down on those individual players, making the final push, and Ghost goes down. It's all Absolute Monarchy for the rest of this game here. They just have to clean up these last remaining kills, and Absolute Monarchy takes the first game.
Absolute Monarchy bringing control over the absolute chaos of those final few circles. They're going to take a much-needed win here to start off our JBL Quantum Cup, as they will more than likely be leading in first place. Now, a massive amount of points going their way, and as we saw, among those final 4 teams, had pretty much free reign to knock out the 3 remainders as well. They're such a powerful position to use, as every single other team was just hugging the edge of the circle, and unfortunately, hugging all the other remaining teams as well, not really giving anyone else a chance to try and come out of that fight alive.
Oh, that was a rough zone for a lot of those teams at the end. I don't even know how Absolute Monarchy was able to get that open area to themselves. I mean, John, what's your reaction to this?
I mean, insane finish that honestly none of us would have expected, right? We talked about our 5 teams to watch in this competition with NRG, with G2 and the like. Our 5 teams remaining, our top 5 teams in that game had featured none of the top teams to watch. I don't think anyone would have predicted that start to the game. It was Absolute Monarchy, Ghost, Knights, Xset, and I believe Team Liquid was that 5th team. So great start and great showing for Absolute Monarchy right there, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And once again, becoming the advantageous team there because I think of the decision to late rotate, if I was catching them correctly on the minimap, that seemed to be the most successful teams. All the ones that tried to take up those early positions on the west end of Thermal, they were some of the first to get knocked out when things got crazy there, just because, again, they were under so much pressure. We had such a claustrophobic area of the map where no one could even open a door without nearly getting their shields cracked almost instantaneously. So for that reason, a lot of those teams were restricted early on, weren't really able to build up a whole lot of loot. Some teams that hung around the edge, moved in late here. They were much more well equipped. They seemed to have much better intel about where they could possibly insert themselves teams into a fight. And as a result of that, we saw them, teams like Energy and eventually Absolute Monarchy, topping it out as we came down to the final few circles.
Yeah, we saw right there, Renegades and G2 fighting. Unfortunately, neither team survived, and a lot of teams predicted that this zone was going to pull very, very southwest towards this this low-key non-POI village. It ended up pulling a little bit further east than expected here, and of course you see the Loba circle on screen, but the zone did pull further east, so a lot of those teams that really went all in there, TSM being one of them, ended up getting taken out. A difficult rotation for them, and ultimately Verholst was the last alive and got eliminated, but Ghost Gaming was in God spot. I'm so surprised that G2 didn't take that position. Usually in Southwest zones, they like to do that, Glitter, to take that God spot over in Thermal Station, and as a result, Ghost was able to make it to the top 3.
You literally read my mind. The entire time I was trying to figure out why they didn't stay there when they had the opportunity to take it, because I mean, that decision to rotate to the low ground and try to hold a different building really, really backfired on them. So maybe they were just testing something new out, but in the end, hugely benefited Ghost, even with the loss of Madness significantly earlier than I think Ghost would have liked when he tried to go for that Wraith portal. Still got Ghost very far in the game.
That's right. Yeah, they ended up getting a 3rd place finish overall. For those that are wondering why we kind of assume that G2 takes that spot, well, it's because G2 drops Thermal Station. That's their kind of uncontested POI, and typically when they see a Southwest zone, they do play that Thermal Station tower. However, maybe they kind of read the zone in from scrims or from practice and thought that zone would pull Southwest. It ultimately ended up not pulling Southwest. That's kind of the risk you take by going all in with your rotations. In the end, Charlotte Phoenix gets 2nd place. I stand corrected from earlier. I said XSET was alive in the top 5. It's actually the Charlotte Phoenix squad that was able to get top 2. The Knights, another great team that we've seen win a week of Pro League, actually. We had a chance to interview Asura, one of the most memorable interviews we've had with a pro player. So kudos to the Knights for breaking into the top 3 overall. Top 4, sorry. Charlotte Phoenix in 2nd, and in 1st place, of course, was Absolute Monarchy. So that's kind of the post-match standings. We, of course, will get you an updated graphic when we have it. We don't have one right now, but we'll keep you updated on overall standings in the grand scheme of things. But I want to ask you, Blue, what didn't go so well right there for some of our top teams, right? TSM, Complexity, NRG. Obviously, we didn't catch all of them, but did you have a chance to see, what maybe didn't work for a few of them?
I think it was what you were talking about earlier, where a lot of the teams just kind of wrongly assumed the circle was going to pull a lot more west than it ended up doing. So they had those more advanced positions, didn't really have the loot to be able to take that, as they were assuming there would have been early rotates in that department. They could easily wipe out the more aggressive attempts to take them down and then scavenge whatever they needed from the loot boxes from those players. But that never really happened. Everybody sat there, nobody could fight anybody because so many players were there right from the beginning. And as a result of that, a lot of those teams were really lacking loot as we came down to the wire. I think Energy probably ended up the best out of a lot of those teams. We'll obviously get that confirmed when we do get the stats up in front of us, as they were one of the latest to move in there. And as a result of that, they didn't really suffer from that issue. So I think they fared a bit better, but it was just such a claustrophobic situation that it was really anybody's game to come out on top of there.
Yep. Good. Anything you'd add to that?
No, I mean, I think that's really well said. I did also feel like the ones that were late rotating that came, at least from the western side, fared a little bit better than the ones that came in from the northeastern side. And I know that some of them did try to wait a little bit. They like late rotated and then tried to hold some of those buildings. I'm specifically thinking of Complexity when I saw where they first landed in that first zone, and it just, that entire eastern side did not work out for a lot of those teams. But to be fair, neither did the far west. I almost felt like you had to be in the middle of it and figure out where it was going to pull, and that's why NRG ended up being kind of okay. XSET did well for themselves. It was that weird central area that a lot of people didn't want to be in that ended up being the best place to be.
Yeah, I think that's also why we didn't have a chance to catch it on stream, I don't think, but it's why teams like Complexity that rotated from the very northeast side of the map or northern side of the map didn't necessarily fare well. One rotation I thought was interesting here was TSM's rotations. They actually late rotated a little bit. They dropped Fragment East. Everyone kind of knows that's their central spot. They went all the way over into Landslide, worked west, and to your point, worked a little bit westward, and then got caught right above Furia, who drops to the northwest side of the map over towards Countdown. And rather than fighting that 3v3 on edge against Furia, they decided to use a Valk ult to hit a rotation and kind of got a free building in one of the better POIs and better locations. I don't know if that was intel that they had or if they got a little bit blessed on that rotation, or maybe rolling the dice, but that was the same building that G2 and Renegades died in, and of course no one ended up actually necessarily taking or occupying that real estate. So if a clean rotation from TSM, but ultimately they kind of fell victim to the other teams that were also in that area. I think Space Station was one of them. We know Noble was another, that G2 RNG that I think incorrectly predicted that ring and then ended up having a really brutal rotation through, where teams like Knights that were just sitting on high ground could just pepper them as they were rotating, and ultimately they got taken out as a result. Blue.
Yeah, it seems like patience was really the key here to try and win this one out, just because it was going to be such a crazy situation there. TSM kind of rotating in a little bit too early, I would say. But a lot of teams, and TSM was the only one that did this, like you were saying there, going for the Valkyrie rotate, kind of just coin flipping it at the end of the day, hoping that there would be an open building. They were lucky that it was, but unlucky that, again, the circle would end up pulling away from that. That wasn't the only example we had of that. I think XSET was one of the teams that ended up moving in there late. They kind of won the side of that coin flip, getting themselves a better position to play from, and ultimately able to turn that around to win at least like 1 or 2 3v3 fights. I was actually a little surprised they didn't end up in a better position, but I think they got a little unlucky at the end of their last fight. We had an Arc Star on the outside of a bubble, and I think it expired just as it was blown up, which took out their last player there. If that had gone differently, I think they probably could have ended up winning that fight and maybe pushed a little bit later into the game.
Yep. Well, here we go. Here's the standings in the grand scheme of things. NRG gets 6th place, but with 11 kills, picks up 14 points. That's a huge game for NRG. Absolute Monarchy, though. Michael Jordan with 23 points right there, cleaning up the lobby with the first place 11 kill finish. So kudos to them. Well played from them. The Charlotte Phoenix tied with NRG with a 2nd place finish, 5 kills. So pretty top heavy in terms of kills here, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually shocked. I didn't realize how many kills that NRG got. The fact that they got a 6th place finish, but matched the amount of points that Charlotte Phoenix got from 2nd place, that's crazy. I mean, to be fair, that's the aggression we're used to out of NRG. They're always very good at those types of situations, but huge showing for that first match as we take a look here at the rest of where our teams fared, how things shook out down there at the bottom. Noble and Renegades, some of those teams went out super early that we were keeping our eyes on, struggling here in that first match. Surprised though, I'm not gonna lie, a little bit surprised to see Esports Arena down there so low.
Yeah. Obviously, Esports Arena is a team. We know how good they are. They, I think, drop in the southeast side of the map. So you thought they maybe would have had a dead side rotation, but something must have happened. They must have gotten caught out at some point. But nonetheless, G2 gets 2 kills and was able to sneak into the top 10 on the very bottom of the left side of that screen. But again, very top heavy in overall points right now due to a few teams really getting a concentrated amount of kills here. Blue, anything else stand out to you?
No, I think NRG is probably going to be feeling pretty confident about themselves, seeing as they get the lion's share of the points here among kind of our top 5 teams that we were highlighting in the pre-show. So I think that they're going to be feeling, pretty good about themselves heading into game number 2, where hopefully we're going to get a little bit less chaotic of a circle, and some of those other teams are going to have a better chance to compete.
Yeah, and then of course we saw Absolute Monarchy in first place. Former member of ESA is Stomps on that team. Kudos to them. Really good start and showing from Absolute Monarchy. These players are obviously competing for a lot of money here, but you can also compete in your own way by entering and just by watching the JBL Quantum Cup sweepstakes. Type ! Gleam in the chat for your chance to get hooked up by JBL Quantum and JBL North America. Thank you so much again, of course, to JBL for putting on this absolute treat of an event and also taking care of everyone watching at home. Game 2 is around the corner. We'll keep you updated as when that game lobby is ready and loaded and ready to roll. Sounds like it's just seconds or moments away. I'm going to do a quick little prediction segment, cheeky little prediction segment here. Who do you think's going to take game 2? I know it's a tough one to call, but Glitter, if you had to guess.
Ooh, I want it to be completely different than what happened last time. So I'm actually going to I want SSG to win this one.
I like that. SSG taking it. How about you, Blue?
I think I'm gonna go with the old reliable here. My pick for the overall tournament. I'm gonna fall on NRG. I think they had a really good start there to game number 1, so hopefully gonna carry that one through into game number 2 here.
I like that one as well. I'm going to go with G2. Bad game 1. They get taken out early. They learn from their mistakes, and they come back with a vengeance, is my take here. G2 obviously is a team that I think plays really well on Edge. Obviously, now they have Valk. They can play Edge with rotates, so expect G2 to take some fights here. But guess what? Gameplay is here. Match number 2 is upon us, as we have NRG, Team Liquid, TSM, 100 Thieves, XSET, and the like. 16 out of 20 teams from the North American playoffs coming up in January for ALGS in this lobby. Let's go ahead and jump into gameplay as we have Blue and Glitter to call it.
All right, here we go. Our second drop in the World's Edge here as we see if our top teams can once again get themselves some more points on the board this time as the underdogs primarily dominate inside of game number 1. We'll be seeing our circles in just a moment. As you can see, it's actually going to pull over there towards Thermal Station once again. So we'll be seeing quite a few players work their way over there as G2 drops their way down into that once again and is going to take all the loot from that zone as they will have pretty much that entire far southwest quadrant of the map open for them this time.
The real question is, will they assume it does that very far southwest pull, or are they a little bit,
They're gonna like
upset
hold
from the
in the
decision?
God spot this time, right?
Do they try to go for it because now they were upset they didn't do it last time?
So here's the problem with the God spot is going to be the fact that, again, I feel like it kind of paints a huge target on their back if they are the first one to take it, and that's going to put a lot of focus on them as we get down to a more claustrophobic position. So I think they're going to try to go for a little more of a low-key position this time. Don't know if we'll see them rotate all the way into that far southwest village, because that ultimately was a mistake for not only them, but for a lot of other teams like SSG and Noble as well, as they were far too ingrained in that spot when they were forced to rotate out of it. So we'll see if G2 kind of takes more of a middle ground approach here and leaves it open for interpretation as the circle begins to reveal itself a bit more.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what changes we notice out of the squads based off of this last game and them obviously not wanting to repeat some of those same mistakes. Specifically, looking at Renegades and G2 not wanting to go out as early as they did last time, and now they kind of have a chance to redeem themselves here in this zone built by gamers. Now on board with them potentially dealing a little bit of damage here. They've got some decent loot for themselves as well. And they were one of those squads that was kind of in a rough spot. I almost felt like the entire time, like they were constantly trying to find somewhere safe to be in that zone. And they did manage to hold out for a lot longer than I thought they would.
Yeah, they became, unfortunately, one of the first victims of that crazy rotate where everybody had to try and squeeze in an area that maybe like 5 or 10 teams can maintain. And we had like 18 trying to rotate into that position. So just a little bit too little space for the number of players we still had left alive. And they unfortunately became one of the early victims as a result of that. But as you said, still held on for a pretty impressive amount of time in that area with all of that kind of considered for themselves. We'll see if they can maybe find a bit more room to work with, as we are going to have ultimately a very similar circle, which means a very similar rotation path for BBG, and they'll know how to avoid teams that they unfortunately ran into on the last round.
Yeah, they see some people making some rotations off in the distance. A lot of teams already pushed their way into that second zone that you guys can see on your screen, which is the smaller green circle compared to the large white circle, in case you guys are new here. Lots of squads, though, that are in those northern positions, taking their time with their loot, knowing that this is probably going to be yet another messy zone. SSG, though, in a different spot this time around. Still early, still holding somewhere early, but in a different position, trying something else out here as they see a couple squads flying in from above who are now also trying to hold one of these buildings and hope that it goes better than it did last time.
It's going to be a little bit of a hot spot for them, considering once again that we see quite a few teams that are rotating from this position, especially the ones that are going to end up rotating from the far northwest side. They're more than likely going to swing by SSG. But again, this is that kind of middle ground approach I think that we were talking about with G2, and where they would potentially end up at, whether they wanted to play into the God spot, go for the southwest village, or try to play a little bit more north in the event the circle pulled that way this time. So SSG is going to interpret that for themselves instead here, as now also Energy will rotate into the area here, and we can see them getting at least a couple shots off there with the longbow, most notably owned by Nathan at this point, as he's going to try to knock out 1 or 2 players' shields if he's given the opportunity to.
Energy's put themselves in a very different position than they did early game last time as well. Seeing if this angle, if this spot ends up treating them a little bit better than the last one did.
Not
already
really.
These it's not, though. It's not great.
As yeah, one player is going to get themselves lit up for about half HP there. We've got G2 also trying to get aggressive for themselves. Jed specifically trying to work close range with this longbow here. The shots taking a moment to connect, but when they hit, they're going to hit consistently. As the first player from XSET, Clane, going to go into a down state here. Jed trying to push himself forward a little bit more, but ultimately there's still too much pressure from other teams, like up in that center tower position. Jed actually can't even get away from this. He goes down and has to back away to the inside of the tower, where thankfully they've got enough control over this area to have a teammate res them up real quick.
So much aggression coming. It's actually W who's decided to take this God spot on high, and they're the ones that are also dealing a lot of damage through that door. That door is now gone. They've completely gotten rid of that. Lots of throwables coming out, using a lot of their utility, and they know how many teams are around them right now, and they're just going to be trying to get those shields up while they can and at least chip away at the teams down below. And you can see complexity there. starting to make their way through staging as they try to get somewhere closer into the zone. Fury are right behind them, but so many teams. It's so packed already. I feel like they have to be dreading that moment when we went from 17 to 8 teams in 2 minutes.
It's so packed I can like barely read the team names in there right now. I can see Ghost, Renegades, I think maybe Energy hiding out inside of that stack right there. A whole lot more besides that. So once again, just like our first game here, expect a whole lot of teams to drop off the map very, very quickly when the circle pulls to that area, rather pulls away from that part of the map, and we end up going that way again.
Ooh. Sweet looking like he might have taken some damage there going through portal, giving himself some time to heal up. They are now going to be the ones that try to use this rock as their safe haven. Hopefully they're able to do something with it, because this is a rough position to be in. You can see just how many teams are already around them. There are bubbles down, damage has been taken. Renegades now, they've switched their focus to whichever team has decided to take up that spot on the edge of the map down here in the rocks. They decide they're going to push up on them.
Energy as well, still trying to maintain their position on the outskirts of this village, a little bit more detached from the fight that we were just watching previously here, but Sweet being the victim of the most recent bolt of damage here. He has to fall back behind his portal. Thankfully, again, no one else trying to assault this tall rock position that they're maintaining, so Sweet's going to be all right. We'll be able to get himself fully healed up here, and the team will be in stronger position to try and re-engage at a later point here. No real reason for them to force themselves out of this spot right now, though. Circle is well under their control, and this one is not going to bleed them out. Even better yet as well, not a whole lot of risk for rotates. They just have to watch out for shots coming in from that village if another team tries to poke out. And it is looking like Complexity is the team holding out on that far rock. They'll be able to continue maintaining that despite the pressure that was coming in from Renegades a few moments ago. SSG also a little bit further into that, on top of Ghost also holding inside of these buildings here, trying to maintain late round positioning for the circle, which will hopefully go this way, and we'll be figuring that out at some point in the next 10 to 15 seconds or so, if that is indeed going to be the case.
You know, I feel like a lot of these teams saw how early G2 and Renegades went out last time, and we're seeing a lot of poke, but nothing too aggressive push-wise. Not a whole lot of follow-up, even if they do get a knock or a shield crack here or there, because I think a lot of them don't want to be that next team that has that same fate. Everyone is so ready and waiting for any third-party opportunity that it's kind of pushing everybody in the opposite direction, and we're seeing a lot of passive play right now.
Everybody kind of saw how Absolute Monarchy as well as NRG was able to leverage so many kills for themselves by being the last one to move in, although it's not necessarily going to be the case this time. Still a lot of teams trying to take up relatively early positioning, and we're only just now starting to see a few players go for those redeploy towers as well as the Valkyrie ultimates themselves to get them in a better position. Xset just sneaking right into the bottom of this building here. Very well done, as they were getting incredibly low on health trying to take that position, but it looks like they come out on top once again, as there's going to be no immediate challenge of this building that they just took for themselves.
That was a risky Valk rotate. It does somehow work out in their favor. I'm also keeping my eyes on the map, because we can see Liquid and TSM might potentially be running into each other over by Landslide. So we'll see how they decide to handle that situation. They might be able to just sneak past without having to deal with anything too crazy. See tons of black markets down yet again. Everyone trying to get whatever loot they can and stay healed up while all of this poke damage does come through. We saw some Arc Stars when they tried to make that rotate in. They're able to recover here and get themselves to stabilize. But now the question is, who's going to make the first move? Which team makes that first push?
Comes Absolute Monarchy, the previous champions from game number 1, moving in here and taking up a small alcove by the rocks here. Looking like as well, they find this position relatively scot-free. It's not going to be attached to this main bulk of fighting that's going on over by Thermal Station. They land a little bit north of, or rather northwest of the tree position here, but still, they'll be in a good spot now to rotate themselves a bit closer, and this circle still plays into the position they currently maintain. They're not going to be the only ones rotating with their Valkylsmen either. We've got Esports Arena also in the air right now, going for a much more direct confrontation, landing near that village that's become the point of contention for so many teams. Actually, they're going to call an audible at the last second and head over to Thermal Station themselves, which is going to put them in the sights of Premier and possibly a few other teams. They'll very quickly have to scramble for new positioning, as you're going to see them start to take immediate damage from that Premier roster.
They had to make that rotation in. They needed to start at least holding some real estate in this zone, and they knew they didn't have a whole lot of time left at their disposal. As you see, 15 seconds left here in this second zone. I was looking at the map though, and it looked like Absolute Monarchy once again in a really solid spot for themselves. The eastern side of this zone seems a lot safer than where we're currently at with Charlotte Phoenix. You saw them checking that scan. They know that there's a team right behind them, deciding how they want to handle this. They do see those caustic barrels, take them out so they can clear a little bit of safe space for them, try to throw the thermite to force them out, but before they get a chance, the team already starts moving, and they have to back off, get some bats. Bubbles are coming out already, and this is the first fight. This is what we were waiting for.
Such a tense engagement between these two teams. Charlotte Phoenix trying to use everything they have to fend off, I believe it's Esports Arena on the other side of this fight right now. And indeed it is. They're going to move in, begin the play. We'll see Charlotte Phoenix holding on well so far. Complexity also stealing a player out of this one, as well as a prize going to be able to take one out. But for the most part, it's Charlotte Phoenix that hold on with no problem whatsoever. They're fending off that team, knocking out quite a bit of Esports Arena for themselves here. Still one of their members alive up on top. But again, Charlotte Phoenix well aware of that, as they're going to try to trap Duplex in, make sure he's not going to be able to go anywhere anytime soon as they finish up the fight. Members still sitting below them here. Charlotte Phoenix, again, still trying to maintain, still with players down on the ground, and still with another member of Esports Arena firing in from up on top of them. So no true winner from this fight yet, as more than likely W also putting good pressure in this department.
W has been holding this spot for so long. Now they've got the black market there at their disposal. So as these fights start happening, W will end up with just access to all this extra loot as well, while no one's even looking their way, and they're able to dish as much uncontested damage as they want. Now checking in with Liquid, who seems to have found themselves a safe place for now as those defensive bombardments do come down. Esports Arena Duplex here. Woo!
Gonna move in a nice crack here. He's gonna try, and once again, this is a hard move to make on Gibby as he tries to dodge around the entire roster from Charlotte Phoenix, but it won't work out. Charlotte Phoenix finally finishing off that fight that started a good like 5 minutes ago nearly at this point here, was looking for an opportunity to finally take out that last straggler from Esports Arena, and finally he presents himself, nearly turns it around in the 1v2 as well. Big respect to that last player alive, Duplex from Esports Arena, but not enough to win the fight as Charlotte Phoenix will survive.
Ooh, that was a nice potential snare there. The tether from Ash tried to put it right on the portal that they saw that just came in from a Wraith. Hopefully prevent any rotations out of it. And then they'll know if somebody does end up hitting it, maybe be able to peek and deal some damage. But this zone is just getting more and more toxic as it shrinks down. All of our squads now having rotated in some way, shape, or form. Lazarus, one player remaining here. We've got G7 trying to hold on. At this point, he's just gonna have to rat it out if he wants to be able to get some points for his team, as we see some other names popping up in the kill feed. BBG starting to do some damage and take some in return. This is where all of these teams are gonna start being caught in really rough spots as Absolute Monarchy goes for the Valk rotate.
It's going to be another risky one for them, but they've already made it work out for themselves once in the previous game. We're just now starting to see teams getting knocked out as well, with Charlotte Phoenix being finished off after trying to recover from their fight versus Esports Arena. Unfortunate turn of events for Esports Arena, as I believe they are the first full team to get knocked out as well. Explains why we were trying to see that fight get extended so long. And now Furia jumping into another one, catching the rotate from Absolute Monarchy and taking them out as well, but just barely surviving it as one of their members goes down onto the ground. Zera currently playing the Ash, needing to get quickly back up, as more than likely we can have other players trying to assault them fairly soon. But thankfully, all that pressure is coming in from long range right now, so we're not going to have to worry about anyone immediately jumping up on top of them. They'll have the room they need to back up, get into a little rock crevasse here, and keep themselves alive to fully heal back up.
Yeah, that was definitely a tough rotation there for Absolute Monarchy. Furia did take a lot of damage for it, but nobody willing to push out as far as they are on that edge. So they are able to recover, and they have some loot that they can pick up as well. Checking back in with Built by Gamers, they go out to Team Liquid. It seems Liquid looking a lot more aggressive for themselves this time around, and it seems to be working out. We can see on the map there which squads are on the edge of the zone. 100 Thieves actually might be in a decent position to start doing some damage. We see TSM and G2 right next to each other as well. W still holding that God Spot. Knights and Premier on the edge. On the eastern side of the zone, it's going to be all those teams again that are in the southwest where they should be a little bit concerned.
Next circle coming in here relatively soon, so we'll see once more if they're going to be able to continue maintaining those spots or if they'll be forced out. So far, this game playing in almost to the opposite nature of how our first game went, where the teams that took up position earlier are usually coming out on top of the fights right now because there's not a whole lot. It's not as claustrophobic. Teams have been able to separate themselves after seeing the results from the first game. Another fight going off here as Premier and Knights are locked into a battle with each other. Premier having a huge advantage on this high ground. The guys on Knights just say to heck with it. They're going to rotate back out, jump underneath of this zip line where they're going to try to keep better positioning. One of them will. Now two of them will be lost in the process as Premier is hot on their tail, trying to knock them out and get those 3 KPs, and they're indeed going to be able to confirm them, as I think there might be actually W moving in to sneak those frags away. They were still maintaining that God spot as of a few moments ago and should have had good POV to get some damage onto these guys instead of allowing Premier to take the KPs.
That was a huge fight for Premier. There were only those 2 teams on the eastern edge of the zone. They cleared Knights out, not only creating a lot of safe space for themselves, but giving them a little bit more loot, knowing that they do have to continue their push. The zone has pulled off of the eastern edge of these final moments, so they're going to have a long road ahead of them, especially when you can see W has them in their sights. Liquid now dealing some damage onto Premier. Was that Premier? Yeah, I think that was Premier. They're in a lot of trouble.
So many third parties just knocking these teams out. Yeah, they might be able to win one successful fight here and sneak a kill point or 2. That's assuming one doesn't get ninja'd from them. But seconds later, as you can see here, they're immediately being jumped on, as has become the example for already quite a few of our teams that took some of the early fights and almost immediately were traded back out from a third party. Team Liquid here trying to return some of that damage. That's once again going to be the Premier roster that becomes the victim of it, as another one of their members goes into a down state. But thankfully, again, they're keeping their distance from these fights. They don't have anybody directly on top of them, so they're going to be okay to get a player up. But in the process, they lost their straggler that was extended out from the other 2 here, and that one's going to go straight down. No chance to revive them and get them back into the game anytime soon. You're going to have to rely on a beacon to try and do that, and we're getting very close to the end here, so beacons are going to be few and far between at this point.
I am surprised that nobody followed up on that damage and allowed them to get that res. I thought they might be in a little bit more trouble than they are, so they make it away just barely any help at all. You see that Hill does go down, and they're not able to make their way out here. NRG somehow, though, has made this rock spot look way, way better than any of our teams in the previous game did. They have just been holding it the entire game and have been dealing damage from it successfully without facing a whole lot of punishment.
I think a lot less rotates coming in from the tree position this time as well, so it's taking a lot of the pressure off of Energy's current position and allowing them to pepper in a whole load of damage. Renegades just maintaining a successful defense of their position in the meanwhile here, and there's going to be more players trying to jump out over the next few moments here, so Renegade's job not done just as of yet, as they're going to have to maintain at least one more squad pushing against them. Still keeping strong positioning, though, by waiting out here. The teams that chose to wait in the village this time are going to finally be rewarded after things turned bad on the last round. This time, it's working out a heck of a lot better, as the large majority of them are already nearly inside of the top 10 here, looking for the big placement points as more and more teams continue to be knocked out. TSM is recently, I think, took out 100 Thieves, which was one of those teams rotating in late from the north side. They're also the lone straggler moving in from the north end of this side as well, so they're going to be in a very powerful position due to that knock they got against the 100 Thieves.
We can see NRG is going to have to start moving off of their rock eventually as well. They're one of the last remaining squads on that eastern edge with Liquid off in the distance. TSM, I believe, has started to clear out those teams that I called out earlier. 100 Thieves now down at the hands of TSM. G2 no longer in here. The team that starts at Thermal Station Drop has now gone down yet again. Complexity, though, somehow the team that lands in Epicenter has rotated as far southwest as possible, and they're holding that edge, as you can see with Furia there as well.
Hold themselves on kind of the drop cliff edge, and as you mentioned, Furia also taking up arguably the more powerful of those 2 positions that are available just north of where Complexity's holding. So those 2 are going to become a big point of focus as the final circles begin to close in. You can see it bleeding off the side a little bit, so they will be able to maintain those spots, even as our most recent one is going to close in. Some really powerful stuff for these guys to potentially play into. Can't say the same from some of our other stragglers from the north and south end. You can see TSM trying to close the gap a little bit and encircle what is going to be these final few moments of the game for themselves, but also taking a lot of heat as the Q comes out from one of the other team's Valkyries. Now, their fight engaged right now is Energy pushing in and successfully taking out Ghost position on the inside of this building, shutting the door nice and tight afterwards as well to make sure there's not going to be any follow-ups. There won't be. There's going to be a whole other fight across the street. This is just free damage right now for Rocker, as we're going to see more kills come in here. Sweet, able to get the down onto Madness as well.
This is insane positioning, an insane push that just came out of NRG. They have themselves right on the edge of the zone. They cleared out squad in the process, and now they have just free sightlines on so many of these other fights that are going on with so much backup loot inside of this building in the process. So they are sitting very pretty right now, as it looks like Space Station is the team in the crosshairs of NRG right now, as both squads take a second to back off and bat up. Hopefully they can reset a little bit, but SSG knows that they are in a little bit of trouble here.
Mutual respect gonna come in here. As you said before, it's a very tense situation. SSG still clearing out that team that sits in front of them here, getting a big boost up to their supplies as a result of that. You can see Energy, though, sitting nice and comfy on the inside of this building. 2 to 3 med kits, maybe more than that, sitting down on the ground in front of them. And they actually are gonna be possible to be stolen here as the black market comes out. It's gonna be a little dangerous here for Energy's own loot supply sitting on the ground there as they try to spread out as much as they can, but will unfortunately be blameless and losing them in the event that they get stolen by the black market that was just put down by our other team hiding on the inside. Meanwhile, Complexity and Furia still just chilling on the rock's edge here. They've had zero pressure against them and no reason that a team would really try and take that position. Since it's so tough, you're going to have to contend with not only the team sitting directly in front of you, but also try to flank that behind a bit. And you're going to see Monsoon try to do a little bit of poke damage over to Furia here by throwing out the Q from the Valkyrie. Complexity's got to be careful, though, as they'll end up in a sandwich sooner rather than later. You can see Energy trying to work their way over to the left side to maybe try to push onto Complexity's position, but never mind. They double back here and are going to take the fight against Space Station instead, who unfortunately takes a huge load of damage. Another Q comes out from Energy's Valkyrie, doing massive amounts to the shields of the players from Complexity. Not enough to force them out, though, as they get some assistance from Renegades to put additional pressure onto Energy and force them back. However, temporarily, that's going to be defensive bombardments coming out from at least one of our members. I believe that's Renegades using that. A crack comes out for them as well, as they're able to get some great damage once more over onto the Space Station roster, who's wiping out Energy as we speak here. They're just barely going to be able to survive it, though, as Frex goes down. Dropped has a sliver of HP remaining behind his shield. He's going to use that shield to get his teammates back into the fight, though, as now Furia maybe spells blood in the water. They're finally going to move out from this position, leap onto Complexity, and the true fight will begin to control the edge of the rocks here. Complexity as well doesn't even know it's coming. They're going to get shredded. 2 of them already down, and Eye Shiny not far behind. Furia gets all 3 KPs from that, and now it's come down to our final 4 here. Complexity as well, losing those players to Furia. They're now going to be free to move out from the rocks and punish these positions, as Xset and Space Station also trying to fight for placement here in the final seconds of the game. Saucer, the only one left alive for Renegades. Now they're getting pushed, I believe, by either Furia or Xset here. Saucer just trying to bleed as many KPs as he can. He's keeping himself alive, but Xset cleans it up, and that's another squad going down here. Xset gonna quickly bring it down to 2 as well, as they finish off Furia, and they'll clean up the last squad as well. Xset takes game number 2.
Are you kidding me? There was so much that way. First of all, the fact that Furia pushed up on Complexity, and even with the caustic barrels, Furia was able to pull that out. That's insane. And then the lone Renegade player was hitting so many shotgun shots. Xset, in the end, the positioning this time really working out in their favor. I mean, that was the zone that I think all the teams were assuming it would be in that first game, and they get it this time around, John.
Crazy game. Kudos to Xset too. I mean, those are back-to-back solid performances from them. I know they got 6th or 7th in game 1 and a few KP, and first place finish, quite a few KP at the end of that game as well. So kudos to Xset. But a couple things I'd love to kind of break down. Obviously, that late game was insanity. You know, we'll talk about the late game first, and we'll double back to the early game and mid game a little bit. But in that late game, what we saw right there was a few teams, when there were 7 teams left, fighting each other, and it was almost fights within fights within fights. Fightception going on, as you saw Space Station Gaming absolutely fly at NRG and take them out. Furia did the same exact thing to Complexity and Blue. It just seemed like they were trying to take their surprise 3v3 fights and catch the other teams off guard.
Yeah, the real chess game there was going on, in my opinion, between Energy and Space Station. It had to kind of give each other a mutual amount of respect, as they were very well aware of all the other squads surrounding them, and the fact that if either tried to take a direct fight against each other, it more than likely would have meant the death of both of them. So all these teams trying to just delicately dance around each other there made for a very fun last circle or two here, as everybody tried to sneak as many KPs as we could. And of course, we always had the looming threat of Furia and Complexity on the rocks. We knew that they were going to wait until the final moment when they were going to get pushed out of that circle for them to get aggressive as well. But even that didn't hold itself to be true, as Furia decided to take kind of their own destiny in their own hands here, pushed directly onto Complexity, and Complexity, as we saw, had no idea that was going on. They got immediately wiped out, and then Furia dictated the push from the rock's edge in the final moments, but unfortunately wasn't able to maintain, as we saw.
That's right, yeah. In this early game here, we also saw a little bit of cannibalism, right? In the form of ESA gets griefed by CLT in a 3v3 fight. Then BBG comes and takes out CLT. Then Team Liquid comes and takes out BBG. It was like the Russian dolls, but Apex edition there is what we saw. And then ultimately, Team Liquid did a really good job in early game taking their third-party fights, it seemed like, Blair.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed this time around with Liquid. I felt like they did a much better job in this second game, and they were able to clean up a lot of KP as a result of it. So maybe they're getting a little bit, they're finding their groove here for the day, but with the same zone back-to-back, a lot of these teams needed to change something up to have a better performance, and SSG definitely had a better performance.
That's right. You called it, an SSG performing well. This is the point where they pushed NRG, ended up in the top 3 or top 4 left in this game, but ultimately it was XSET that was the last team standing, and as a result, a 20-point bomb of a game. But you called it, Glitter. You called it well. It's almost like you're future-proof as you pick Space Station to get 19 points, 10-kill game, leading the category in kills, Glitter.
That was just a really, really strong showing, especially when there was a chance in the beginning stages of that fight with NRG, where NRG had started third party and SSG had to back off and reset a little bit. They handled that entire situation so well, even when Renegades was on high looking down at both those teams and poking them throughout the entire fight. SSG did everything so methodically, able to come out with 10 kills as a result of it. Huge, huge showing for them. But Furia, another team up here, very, very strong game. I mean, they made an aggressive push to hold the edge of that cliff and hold it for as long as possible. When they pushed up on complexity, like I said, I wasn't sure if they knew that they had 4 caustic barrels, 3 or 4 caustic barrels, I think I saw, that were down there, and they pushed in anyways and cleaned them up.
Yeah, that's right. Solid game from Furia. We know Tech is happy right now. Tech obviously has a lot of confidence in his ability to IGL. His understanding of the game feels like he knows the game better than most. And honestly, I think the proof is in the pudding. He's performed well today so far, at least. Another thing I wanted to kind of talk about, obviously, G2 not having the best showing right there. But interestingly enough, that first game had a similar zone. G2 predicts it to go into that village to the west of Thermal. They end up dying. That game, similar zone, G2 predicts it to pull a little bit to the east in Thermal, and they end up being wrong. So it's kind of a coin flip, obviously a little difficult to predict those end rings, but it seemed like that game had the end game of that a lot of the players and teams expected in Game 1 Blue.
Yeah, pretty much the exact opposite in terms of playstyle there, where the teams that end up taking the earlier positions over to that western village end up being in a much more powerful spot at the end of the game. Like I think I was talking about there in the mid game. I think a lot of teams kind of learn where the eventual rotates were going to come in from for a lot of those teams, since the circle was so identical, at least in its earlier forms, to the one we had in the first game. So as a result of that, it wasn't as claustrophobic. I think teams were a lot more aware of each other and were able to space each other out a lot more, which gave the teams inside of that village, inside of those powerful late round positions, much better capability to actually take fights, loot themselves up, and ultimately come out on top of that game, as we saw for XSET, who once again, credit to XSET, really makes you wonder what would have happened in that first game if they didn't have that unlucky fight with the Arcstar, and that one, very close fight, ended up going their way, because once more, they start to move in fairly late, and they still end up in a very powerful position, ultimately winning it this time, obviously.
Yeah, and of course, the last kind of big point I just wanted to quickly bring up before we throw to a quick break and calculate the standings for y'all is that Ring 3 to Ring 4 poll, where we saw TSM take out 100 Thieves. We saw G2 get taken out. It was a brutal rotation for a lot of those squads. TSM was the last remaining, so kudos to them, but obviously had a difficult time rotating in after that. But nonetheless, it was a really, really awesome game number 2. A lot to break down, a lot to analyze that we kind of just walked through. But we are currently calculating the standings. We're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, standings plus game number 3 just around the corner. And it's been a lot of fun so far in games 1 and games 2, as Absolute Monarchy took game 1. XSET takes game 2, but in the overall standings, who knows who's on top? We'll find out.
JBL presents the sounds of victory. JBL Quantum Gaming headsets.
Brooke, before you put those on, we have an idea. Behind you. Oops, never mind. You lose.
Where were the footsteps?
Should we leave?
Yes, go.
I'm sorry, Brooke.
Go.
In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Welcome back, Apex family, to the JBL Quantum Cup North American Apex Legends competition, as we're taking a nice little scenic view from my hometown, Chicago, right now, one of our many North American cities on display today. Beautiful lakefront. Summertime, shy. Nothing beats it, Glitter, let me tell you.
I know. I'm vibing.
I know you're a Connecticut girl. You're a New York, Connecticut girl, but, you know.
Yeah. We got some other cities in there too, though, but I love all of them. I love that our players are from all over the place, and I'm in a good mood after those first 2 games because that was some really, really good Apex.
Absolutely. Yeah, 2 great games to break down, to cast. I'm sure you all are definitely vibing and enjoying it. I'm enjoying watching every second of the way, being able to analyze it and break it down after the fact as well. But 2 teams that maybe we wouldn't have predicted. I mean, obviously to win games 1 and 2, but that just goes to show kind of the current status of Apex. I mean, I don't know if you could say there's like an S-tier team above everyone else like there used to be with TSM. It seems like there's just a bunch of maybe A, B, and C-tier teams, but they're really closely stacked here, Blue.
Yeah, and even aside from those teams too, like you were talking about there, it's kind of like the story of the underdogs so far in games 1 and 2. Xset, the team that we haven't always seen kind of top things out there, finding themselves some really good consistency, in my opinion, in the first 2 games. And then Absolute Monarchy sneaking in the win on the first one. An unfortunate turn of events as they try to pull off a very similar strategy in game 2, and that time it doesn't go nearly as well, as they unfortunately go quite literally from heroes winning the game to zeros and topping that one out with 0 points themselves. But hopefully a rebound is in the future for them and some of our other teams that we haven't had a chance to see yet as well, like Esports Arena, who unfortunately has been struggling here, has yet to place themselves on the board as well.
Yeah, that's true. Esports Arena in 3rd place in the LGS. Overall standings, not looking too hot in the current standings, but they still got 4 games to bounce back. Let's go ahead. Speaking of standings, take a look at our current placements. Xset on top in 1st place with 30 points, but look how tight this is, Glitter. Absolute Monarchy right behind them with 23, Space Jason 21, NRG 20, Charlotte Phoenix 17. I mean, all the way down to Premier and TSM and with 11 and 8 points. Knights can be thrown in there. At this point, Glitter, any of these teams, even to Esports Arena, can win this tournament because it's not like one team is just running away with it.
1,000,000%. I mean, we've seen it happen before. One really solid game can completely shake up our standings, and we're only 2 games in. We've got 2 days of this, so there's still a lot of time for these teams to catch back up to what we've got going on right now for our standings.
Yeah, that's a great point. Obviously, 2 days worth of competition. If you're just joining us, that's an important thing to note. Today, we're playing 6 games. Tomorrow, we'll run it again with another 6 games, cumulative points overall. So, yeah, certainly a lot of Apex to be played, and that's what I love about this format, is really anything can happen. I think we're going to see a huge shakeup after game number 3, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely the case here. And not even only after game number 3, right? We've got a whole day's worth of gap between games 6 and 7. So that's going to be a lot of time for teams to go back, maybe look at the VODs here if they're really trying to push for the W on day number 2, maybe adjust their play style after seeing the way that some of the other teams are playing and look for something different to do on our 2nd day of matches, our 2nd 6th set of games there to try and change up their own fate and maybe even push the top of the leaderboard and surprise us.
That's right. So we just got word game 3 is loading. Character selection is live. As we head into that, want to make sure people know. I mean, Xset, we say, yeah, not the team that we expected to win game 2, but they've done it before. They've won a ALGS competition, 6-game tournament or format. That was week 2 of the Apex Legends Global Series in Split 1. Xset really looked strong to start the ALGS Pro League, and since then have been a little bit more quiet, but we know that what they're capable of. We know that this team is certainly capable of doing great things, Glitter.
Yeah, and that's what's so scary about this entire lobby is that I think we can point at every single team and be like, oh, well, they did really well this week in ALGS. They did really well. You know, like there's so many teams where they've had a week where they came out in 1st place or 2nd place, and they've shown that they're capable of those huge performances. So, you know, I mean, we should have expected that level of insanity here because those the teams we grabbed, right? We should have known better.
Indeed. That's what we expect from the rest of these 4 games today, 6 games tomorrow. But guess what? Game number 3 is here. Let's go ahead and jump right into it as the map is loading. Gameplay has actually started, and I'm throwing it over to our casters, Blue and Glitter.
All right, thank you very much. As we get into our 3rd drop ship now, moving once again The World's Edge is we're going to see which team can top things out this time. See if we're maybe going to pull towards a different part of the map as well and change up the state of this game, which teams have been able to adjust for due to the kind of repeat circle we had between maps 1 and 2, but this time maybe going to look for something a little different. We'll be finding that out very, very shortly as the rest of our teams conclude their landing sequence here. And everybody, once again, ending up exactly where we expect them to.
Ooh. Okay, we see somebody did scan for that second zone, and it's going to the southeast this time. Definitely going to favor those teams that are down there in Dome, down there in Launch Site, especially Ghost right now in Lava Siphon. I mean, this is going to be huge for them, especially when they've not struggled, but you know, they tried the God spot and it did work out for a decent amount of time, but they lost Madness and that was less than ideal. So now they have all the time in the world to hold down this exact spot, knowing that it's right on top of them. But Built by Gamers is right around the corner from them, and they're gonna have to decide if they want to take the super early fight and kind of clear them out and have the rest of the place themselves, or just let them maintain a respectable distance.
PBG is kind of in a tough spot for this tournament as well. Was doing research on their overall landing zones that they would choose before they went into this one, and their 2 naturals are both claimed by another team. Both Countdown, where they tend to go. That one's usually taken up by Fury, and I believe they took it for this tournament as well. And then the Trials in the Skyhook area, which, as you can see, Team Liquid is kind of taking that one over for themselves. They've had to try and scavenge for a new one, and they're going to end up fairly close to Ghost, which means we could see an early fight being taken from them as a result of that, like you were talking about before. But Ghost, for the most part, going to be able to avoid them fairly easily and take the share of loot that they'll have for themselves. There's both teams will be inside of a later round circle, and as you were talking about before, well, this time kind of have their choice about where they want to try to play out the late round here, since they'll quite obviously be the first team to be there.
And you can see Premier's pushing their way in early, trying to make sure that they can start nailing their place down. I believe it's Charlotte Phoenix that lands down in Dome that's now making their way into the zone. A lot of these squads trying to find some cover early on, because this is not the same situation as Thermal Station. There's not as many individual buildings that teams can hold, and you see Renegades flying in as well. W, though, already dealing damage on those squads that are rotating past them, deciding they want to get themselves get their shields boosted, but 2 golds on W as well. So that's kind of clutch for this squad right now.
Yeah, I was just going to point that out, and that probably explains why they're being so poke heavy right now as well, since they obviously, again, assuming they've been able to find an adequate amount of cells, they've got that ability to kind of get a bit more aggressive here and not be punished nearly as heavily for it. So that's more than likely going to unlock a much more aggressive tendency out of that team up until we hit the later parts of this one, where those advantages will start to turn around a little bit against them, since we'll have more players upgraded with either purple or red shields at that point in the game. Either way, though, all teams kind of holding their own territory. No one really going to full commit to each other at this point, as everybody trying to take up as much positioning as possible. Towards the north end of our tier 2 circle here, we're seeing a lot of teams get close to each other, and again, a lot of peppering going on as a result of that. One of the members of Noble actually getting dropped there and fully killed, as TSM FTX are able to get an angle against that. Built by Gamers also cracking another member of another team here as they continue to try and vie for positioning as well.
I feel like this might be the earliest we've seen TSM rotate in yet today, and as a result, they were getting some kills, but now Reps looking like he's in a little bit less than ideal situation. Noble and Built by Gamers all in the same area right now. Burholst, last remaining. No, Hal's down. Okay, all right. Hal's still alive. I thought Hal was gone as well. They're taking out Renegades on a 2v3, even though they did get Saucer very, very low. Hal's left by himself right now. Has to fend off the squad. This is going to be very dangerous for Hal. He doesn't end up holding out. Burholst did manage to back away, though, and fully heal up. Won't be able to help Hal out before he does get fully finished off, but he's going to have to decide if he now wants to just rat out for the rest of his team or try and recover those banners. But you know Renegades is not about to leave those bodies anytime soon.
Yeah, once again, we still have 20 teams alive here, so it would be a very unfortunate turn of events if Burholst will commit to this. The good news is, might have a third party sneaking in here to force Renegades out of this position, which could present an opportunity for Burholst to go in and retrieve those banners to get his teammates back up at some later point here. Complexity, in the meanwhile, completing the near wipe, it looks like, of Lazarus. Not going to see a full squad wipe happen just as of yet, so they'll still be in that, but I think that's going to change fairly shortly, as we will see Xset be able to finish off Space Station Gaming, and they instead will be our first team to go, I believe, in this game.
Got a lot more early game action this time around with this zone, because so many of the squads end up having to rotate through the same path as each other right now.
Verhulst possibly going for the redeploy here to get himself out. That is going to be a lone Valkyrie. No shields left either, so trying to see if he can make it without getting finished off. It's going to be a close fight, but I believe he may have gotten the job done. A lot of delay between when we saw that redeploy go off, so there's a chance that maybe he snuck over and was able to pick up those banners as well. Like we were talking about before, Renegades was controlling the area, but they got some pressure thrown on them too, either by complexity or another team in the areas. There's a possibility it would have been left undefended, and we might, just might, be able to see a resurgence from TSM later. If not, though, it's going to be Verhulst trying to wrap this one out for the remainder of the game.
Definitely less than ideal for TSM right now. You know that that's not the situation that they want to be in right now in this third game, but hopefully they're able to recover. And we'll find out what happens with Verhulst in just a little bit here as we check back in with Built by Gamers, who have been fighting for their lives to hold this spot literally since they landed. You were saying they do not have an easy go of it right now, as their natural drop spots are taken up by other squads, and they're just having to adapt as they can as things come to them right now. And they've actually managed to hold on for a lot longer than I initially thought they would. Now checking in with Knights, though, who are finding themselves in a little bit of a scuffle. Shields are low, got to recover some of their health. But this, it feels a little bit, it feels more even. I don't know if that's the right way to describe it. These fights feel fairer and less drawn out than our last two zones.
I feel like it's a little bit more evenly weighted just because there's not this mad rush to try to get into superior positioning like we were seeing back when our circle was over on the kind of southwest end of things by Thermal Station. You mentioned it, there's a lot less cover to play for here, so I think there's going to be a lot more late rotating teams, a lot more teams kind of hovering on the edge of the upcoming circle, even the one that's currently closing, to try and delay that possible push for as long as possible to avoid those extra fights. Liquid as well, moving into position here now, as we're going to see them just getting off of a recent Valkyrie deploy to get themselves a little bit closer towards the circle as they enter a zone near the tree.
Liquid here has been able to pick up their performance throughout the day, so we'll see how this rotate ends up panning out for them, as we see 100 Thieves taking some charge rifle shots there, looking down on Noble. Noble was another one of those squads that did have their sights on those death boxes where TSM were. They were checking in, making sure that nobody was down there earlier, so I'm still wondering what Verhulst was able to do. But Absolute Monarchy, one of our strongest teams so far today.
Huge finish for them back in game number 1, pushed them very far into the leaderboards, and despite getting 0 points in the second game, still I believe second or third in the overall placement so far here of our first 2 games. So a massive boost for them. Obviously going to be looking to improve on that game 2 performance, and that's a good lead up to that one. Speaking of some good things, Onmu with some great shots coming out from the 30-30. They're immediately cracking one of the offenders, trying to push a bit closer to them, and more importantly making them think twice about making that push in the first place here, as 100 Thieves is not only contending with that team, but another one fairly close to them here at the current facility. Ghost Gaming on the outskirts here, also getting some nice shots peppered in, and a crack as well against one of the players currently holding on the inside of the facility. A few more would knock them out, but fortunately the range is probably going to be a little bit too much here as Madness continues to find those very well-placed shots there on the Hemlock.
Definitely making himself as annoying as possible while leveling up his Evo shield. Ghost has just been able to really hold this from the beginning, and no one has pushed too aggressively on their spot. But the downside is that since they haven't left and they don't have that Lobo, which we saw was a huge benefit in our first 2 games for those teams that did stay in thermal for quite a long time, they will eventually have to do some sort of fight or go for loot outside of their area. And with how many teams have now made their way in, it will get dangerous.
Energy continuing to watch out here as more and more teams will close in on their position inside of this facility here. And even get that Valkyrie rocket assault working its way in, as Neffen looks to try and swing his way back around here, maybe to re-engage once more. More pressure is going to work its way out from the inside of the facility. I believe that's G2 starting to put that pressure on Energy, and more importantly, making them think twice about trying to take that fight to their western edge here, as they'll be forced away even from the main door to try to assault against G2 here. We're going to see that Q come out from the Ash to force them away from that, nearly staring them in the process, but no, just forcing Energy further and further back and possibly out of this zone entirely, as the team they were contending with to their left side earlier is now directly pushing against them due to the pressure from G2, taking the heat off this other team.
Yeah, that's the problem with taking a fight when there's so many other squads around. The second they hear those shots, the second they hear any of those grenades going off, they're going to try and look for that third party, as NRG is able to at least fend the squads off for now. G2 trying to peek a little bit, see if they can maybe get a tether from the Ash. But NRG, I think, is not going to be dissuaded. They're going to hold this spot and make sure nobody pushes them for quite some time. They handle situations like this very, very well.
G2 realizing as well that things might be getting a little bit too tense with that third team contending inside of this fight. So they're going to focus on maintaining the interior position they have over everything else. We'll switch away from that fight since it seems to be calming down for the foreseeable future. And over to the Knights, who are currently in the middle of a Valkyrie deploy, getting themselves actually a little bit closer to the ring as they're really surfing on the outside of it here, over towards the dome for themselves as they try to work themselves a bit closer to safer harbors here. And still trying to obviously get a bit of loot for themselves as well, it appears.
Yeah, I was trying to keep my eyes on them because I saw them. They made a really wide rotate. They were in Lava City for a little while, trying to decide what they wanted to do there. Now they've decided to just keep going wide all the way through Dome. You can see on the mini map on their screen where that zone is. It's just right above them on the southern edge of the zone. So this should be, as long as they can make their way in undetected. We did see a couple tracers coming through there, so there is the possibility the squad knows where they are, but they might be okay and are back on board with NRG, though, who looks like they've made the push in on G2 and taken that from them.
Nice turnaround from NRG, considering the relatively disadvantageous position they were sitting in just a few moments ago. Able to spin that back around and actually successfully take out G2. That's huge bonus points going over to NRG now, as they're also going to take a massive position for themselves. We see G2 actually not fully out of the fight just yet. Jet still in this one as he's going to try to rocket to safety. We already saw Verholz trying to do this earlier. He made it out alive, but Jet not so much, as Zera is going to be able to finish him off, and that should wipe G2 off the board in 18th place.
Furia ends up being that squad that is able to pick up a couple of those KP for themselves after NRG had pushed G2 out of their position. Furia is the squad that's been very, very aggressive today as well, and it's worked out so far. And right now they're able to hold a spot that is at least netting them a couple more points on this board. No one seems to be pushing them either. They know where NRG is. They know where some of these other squads are, and they look pretty comfortable. It's only going to be once they have to push down from this high ground position that they will find out just how dangerous it gets below them.
As you can see, though, that push is going to be coming fairly shortly, as they're just on the outside edge of our current circle, with the next one closing them in, forcing them to make at least one big push to the east, and that's going to allow possibly NRG, W, Team Liquid, or Ghost to unleash the shots upon them, as all those teams will be forced out of position towards somewhere new. And as you can see from the minimap, there's not a whole lot of positioning to fight for that isn't already taken by another team. NRG holding the south quadrant of the next facility that's going to be inside of the circle. Premier doing the same thing, a little bit towards the northeast of them, even all fully around the way. If a team wants to try and go for a big rotate with a Valkyrie ultimate, you're going to have Complexity holding the south end of this one. So it will be very, very tough for any of these outside teams to try and take up positioning here. We'll have to really hug it and try to fight their way to the inside, as that's probably going to be the only way to success here when this next circle closes in just under a minute now.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a rough final zone for a lot of these teams. If they're smart, they'll try to catch as many people as they can, trying to desperately make a rotate in because of how much limited playable space there actually is. There's going to be some verticality coming into play here, but it's going to be rough. And the teams that have set up shop comfortably already are in a really solid position for at least one more zone. NRG, like you were saying, Complexity down there. I mean, even the Knights, I was questioning how long and how wide of a rotate they were making in, but right now they're in a really solid spot and they only have BBG in front of them, and if they can just clear them out, then literally no one else is at their backs.
Yeah, some really good stuff coming in there for Knights. A bit of a questionable rotate, as we were talking about before, left them way out in no man's land there to the south side of our circle, but it's looking like it could turn into something pretty promising. As you were mentioning, though, they do more than likely need to take out BBG to make that work, and there's going to be more teams standing in their way further to the inside of the tunnels if they push that fight for BBG too far. So Knights actually probably going to choose to avoid this one, swing a little bit more to the left side of the POV we've currently got for them, where more than likely they're going to end up with a little bit of safer positioning to play this out, considering the fight that could be brewing for the other teams deeper inside of the tunnel. You can see Tempest a little bit further out there trying to hold that back right now, as the rest of BBG wants to hold this outside courtyard.
You could see that Knights is waiting to see if they'd make the push in on them on Dome, but Furia, who was just doing so well for themselves, they do have to drop down from that high ground position, and it was the teams below that ends up taking them out.
talk pretty much exactly about that eventuality with Furia as well. Such a powerful position up on top, but so many angles below them they wouldn't have been able to contend with, and also a huge amount of space needed to cover to get them in a safe harbor for the next circle there. They get caught in the rotate, and they're going to go down despite the earlier success from them. Going to be just on the outside edge of placement points as well, so we'll only be scavenging what they got in terms of KPs up until this point. Those 2 or 3 is all they're going to pick up for this map, unfortunately. We do start to see more and more teams get knocked out, though. Charlotte Phoenix, one of our teams on the inside of the tunnel, contending in a close fight right now versus one of our squads here. They try to take them out, but Greek's the only one still left standing. He's already lost both of his other teammates, and he's already got a third party, 2 players at least of a third party contending down on him. Might even be a 4th party here as another player sits to his right side as well. He's just trying to stay alive here more than anything. Not really too interested in picking up kills at this point.
Oh, it's actually Esports Arena who's trying to finish off this squad right now, and they do end up being able to do so. Are they going up against Liquid at the other end of the tunnel, though? It's not going to be as simple as that. Just one player from the third party, because now they have to try and wipe out the entire squad, and these rotations through these choke points are some of the worst that you have to make.
Team Liquid here really trying to engage the fight versus Esports Arena, but Esports Arena still holding things back, because I believe they're also down a player right now, if I'm reading the POVs correctly. Once we get over to them, we'll confirm that, but Team Liquid still doesn't want to take this outright fight, doesn't want to be forced to push into this, so they may end up backing away from this one. They're actually holding back the rotate coming in at the moment here from Esports Arena, and I can confirm it, Esports Arena down a player. You've also got the 3-man team still alive from BBG, stopping a potential rotate from Esports Arena out the south exit of their tunnel, so they don't really have a choice. They're forced to go for this. However, look at our minimap right now. Look who's creeping up on Team Liquid Xset. If they want to commit to this play, they can really surprise Team Liquid and open up this can of worms to potentially give them a whole nother squad wipe, and as well take out Esports Arena possibly as well, with the circle very quickly closing in on them right now.
There's so much going on. We can see NRG is gatekeeping Ghost as Ghost tries to push in, and NRG is actually doing a really good job of keeping them up. But Monsoon, the solo rat, might be able to third party some points here on the edge of the zone, as well as so many of these teams have to quickly make the decision. Like you were saying, BBG is gatekeeping the side of this choke point that Liquid and Esports Arena have still been fighting in this entire time. And as we see the Caustic Barrel start to come out of flanker, this could go very, very poorly for the remaining players inside of the tunnel, as the rest of these teams just try to make their way into the zone safely. Xset just barely holding up, but Renegades trying to make sure that no one else makes their way in. This is such a messy end zone. There's just not a lot of space for these teams to fight for.
Pretty much, again, a direct opposite to some of our previous games here. Xset moving in the meanwhile, wiping out the big fight that had gone on between Energy and another squad. Their Ghost, I believe, being the ones to take out Energy, but very quickly being taken out themselves by Xset. And now Xset may very well become the victim of a third party here, but BBG in a different position on the map, also taking just as much heat, as they're now going to get knocked out by the Knights, who also push back in here. Team Liquid has made it out of the tunnel in the meantime, surviving the fight versus not only BBG, but more than likely knocking out Esports Arena in the process as well. Down to our final 6 here as Premier GG also still in the fight with all red shields and nearly everyone at full HP here. They're looking very, very strong as they're holding the far western edge of the remaining circle here, with a few teams lurking above and below them, so not necessarily in a powerful position as of yet, but really no one in that spot. Because what Glitter was talking about a few moments ago, there's so little cover to play with that no one can really be in the winning position just yet.
I was so worried for Team Liquid for staying in that fight in the tunnel for so long. I was worried that they were going to be punished for it as they came out, but somehow between BBG and Knights fighting, I mean, Liquid makes their way out. Knights have just held the solid spot the entire time, and the rat Monsoon's still alive. I wasn't sure if he made it out. He's still able to sneak his way into the zone.
So Monsoon's going to see how far he can push his team's placements for this one. We're going to see a Valk rotate come in as well. There's so many teams looking at them, though. I won't be surprised if they lose 1 or 2 players trying to jump up here, as we're going to see Kenny go down. Monsoon gets finished off by a member of the Knights, and oh no, they come crashing back down. Team Liquid as well, going to redeploy themselves with the Valkyrie ultimate. Also might try to leap in and get an engagement off onto Premier GG. Here we go, more teams leaping onto them as Xset is now in a rough spot, having their deployment get failed outright, being thrown back down to the ground, and they're just struggling. I don't even know if we still have players alive for them, as we're down to the top 4 now, seeing the rest of them get knocked out as PGG finishes them off, but they're also now dealing with the pressure coming in from Team Liquid, as all 3 of their members have landed on the ground safely and are ready to take the next fight.
It's all going to come down to who can hold their barrel, the bubble the longest, who has their defense and bombardments at their disposal. Liquid is in a really, really rough spot right now as we see them trying to get a couple more bats off and keep themselves alive right on the end of the zone. Knights have been holding the spot right above Liquid for so long, and they finally decide to make the push and see if they can clean this squad up as Renegades are down below. We've got Premier off on the eastern side, and everyone's just waiting for the moment when they want a third party. Well, they allow Knights to continue this fight with Liquid completely uncontested.
Knights move in. They'll be able to finish off Team Liquid here, leaving just PGG, Knights, as well as Renegades in the fight to try and maintain a top position in this game. Knights as well getting a moment of relief here as the PGG roster is giving respect to Renegades sitting on their left side. They're going to put a lot more focus onto them because they haven't been engaged yet. They're still going to be at full HP here, where PGG has just been poking and receiving the fire back from Knights. That gives Knights a moment of opportunity to revive themselves. Unfortunately, still down a player, but now they can reset as you're seeing the caustic barrels going down as well, giving them a bit more security against a potential push from either PGG or Renegades, who are currently in a standoff amongst each other, giving Knights a whole lot more free room to play with here, as we're going to see the Valkyrie Rockets work their way out right on top of the position for Renegades as they try to continue maintaining.
It forces the Renegades bubble, and this is when things could start to get a little bit scary. They go for the Valk ult, hoping to maybe escape with their lives for now. Maybe Knights and Premier will shift their focus, but they don't. Renegades take a lot of damage for it. Shields are cracked as the Valk Rockets come in as well, and Knights are able to start cleaning up on those Renegades players. Knights still in a fabulous position for themselves, but Premier, all red shields, looking very, very healthy in their position.
The circle looks like it is pulling slightly towards Knight's position, but regardless, they are going to have to move out anyways. It is fairly centered in terms of where it's closing out. PGG knows this, so they're going to get aggressive. They're going to push right in. They know they've got this down to a 2v3. Going long range is not the way to win this here, as a member of the Knights still down on the ground, and it's going to make for a very easy win for Premier GG as they shut it down in a 3v2 after holding off the other squad.
That was an incredibly clean game out of Premier. I feel like we didn't even get to see them until they were already in late game, already fully red shields on all three players, and in a solid position for the remainder of it. I mean, they snuck their way in and did it so well. They were able to make sure they had focus on both of the last two remaining teams. They didn't push an advantage until they had it. I mean, John, yet again, another new team with the win for the third game.
And Glitter, you took the words right out of my mouth, because that was the first point I was going to make. I mean, the first three games, three teams that many would not have considered to kind of be in that A tier, maybe expected to start so strong today. Xset, Absolute Monarchy, and now Premier GG joins them in that list with a first place finish. It's going to show how many teams can compete at the top level in Apex and how many teams at any point can really go off. But like you said, a really clean game right there from Premier, Glitter.
I mean, that was a rough end zone too. I mean, you've got, you have all the lava in play. You don't have a lot of cover. You've got some rocks, some loot bins, a couple, shipping containers here and there, but generally that one's hard to play around, and it was very well done by Premier.
Yeah, and Premier, obviously, they do drop in the launch site, so that's similar, close to where the zone ended up pulling in the southeast side of the map. Had a fairly favorable zone, but it's not to say that just because the zone pulls on you, you're going to succeed. I mean, case in point, G2 in games 1 and 2, so it goes to show how well Premier played that. The former Obey Alliance squad that, looked really solid going into ALGS championships last summer, and unfortunately didn't have the best ALGS championships show up. And of course, this time around, looking really solid in the JBL Quantum Cup, as we saw a lot of early game fights, mid-game fights here, Blue.
Yeah, I think, again, talking about Premier GG, it wasn't necessarily the circle pulling towards them that ended up giving them the win. It was kind of the patience we saw in that final group of 3 to 4 teams once we closed in on that last area. Everybody else was trying to panic for better positioning, going for the Valkyrie deploys to try and shake things up a little bit. They stayed stalwart in a single position, just waiting it out there, waiting for the moment of opportunity. Might have cost them a couple KPs at the end of the game, and they might be sitting a little bit low on that when we get the stats up in front of us here, but overall still allowed them to, by far, maintain the best position out of those final 3 teams and have really no problems cleaning up the last squad, as they were already heavily injured and down a player by the time that they were ready to make the final push.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. You see on screen right now, they did find themselves in quite a few skirmishes. That three-way fight between them, I think it was Ghost and NRG. They ended up on top of that one. I think it was a high kill game for them. I mean, taking a look right now, with two squads left, 7 kills for Crook alone. A pop-off game for Crook, and then they're able to clean up the 3 versus 2 against Knights and take home the first place finish. By the way, that's 4 kills for Ronnie as well. That's going to be at least a 11 to 12. It's going to be a 13 kill game for Premier GG, going huge in game number 3, Glitter.
That's a massive game number 3, but I think what's equally as impressive is the fact that Xset quietly consistent here. 7 kills for 11 points. 3rd overall in those points. I mean, Xset has been keeping themselves in a really solid spot the entire time. Renegades also having a little bit of a bounce back here. But once again, if you look at this, it is an unexpected top 5, really.
Yeah, unexpected indeed. Team Liquid rounding out the 5th place spot. And the game results here, at least, they had a solid game as well. But you hit the nail on the head. Xset, I think, has been the most consistent. As we take a look at the second page here, BBG got 7th place, but didn't really get a whole lot of kill points, so didn't get a whole lot of points as a result. And then, of course, we saw Space Station, G2, 100 Thieves, TSM. A lot of them got taken out very, very early. So, again, a lot of the teams that we would have thought maybe would pop off, not the best game number 3, not the best start here today, Blue. But that's what's awesome about this competition. We really belabored the point or hit on the point before that game, but we still have a full day tomorrow. We still got 3 games left today.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that you bring up BBG there on the bottom end of that one, because BBG is trying to play this very similarly to the way we're seeing Xset play it right now. Big difference is, once again, Xset is winning so many of these kind of earlier skirmishes where they're having to fight for their 1st or 2nd circle positioning there. They were coming out on top of that, giving them so many extra KPs and not really making them forced to play for such high placement either, as we're seeing leading the charge by about 5 points due to having these anywhere from like 5th to 10th place finishes, but almost every single time getting 5+ kills, keeping them very, very competitive here on the scoreboard.
Yeah, as we take a look at the overall standings, Xset starting to run away with it a little bit based on their consistency. If they can keep that up, that surely will happen. On top, Klain, Kenny, and Clarify with 41 points. Premier GG right behind them with the pop-off game number 3. NRG quietly performing consistently well, mostly in the kills category, Lauren.
Yeah, and that's I'm glad you mentioned that, because they have managed to get a really high amount of kills even in games where they're going out early. They're showing us that very, typical NRG aggression, and I'm just waiting for them to combine that with the dub, because when they do, I think that's when Xset's really going to be afraid in the overall points department, because they'll be a lot closer.
Yep, I just noticed too, obviously a couple important notes. Space Station not playing with their full roster. Niles playing with Markey and a few others. Team Liquid using Hodzic, their coach, instead of Fun, their 3rd. So a couple of roster change-ups. Everything else should be pretty accurate and pretty valid. I'm always impressed whenever Hodzic fills in for this team. He fills that role really, really well, because Team Liquid's look pretty solid, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely the case here. Team Liquid, again, a team that's kind of been struggling a little bit inside of the ALGS. Still managed to make the playoffs, don't get me wrong there, but the 17th positions are just barely inside of the top 20 teams needed to get them to that point. But still, just like Xset, just like a lot of the other teams, they're one of the ones that's kind of been chasing the outside of the circle here, taking a big risk in doing so, because a lot of our circles either have had positioning the teams are going to want to take very early on, or just there isn't a whole lot of it in the late games. They're always taking a big risk and moving in late, being one of the last teams to enter, that there may not really be room for them by the time they arrive there. But despite that fact, as we've been seeing, always keeping up the competition, always winning at least 1 or 2 fights here to keep them very high on our overall placements.
That's right. Yeah, Team Liquid performing well. We'll see where they stand in the overall kill leaderboard, because guess what? We got ourselves some kill stats. Who's performing today? Crook on top by quite a bit. PGG's Crook playing so incredibly well. Xset Klain right after that because of Xset's performance. But then, yeah, as expected, NRG sweet with 9 kills. Nathan, the young fragger, right behind him as well. And then, of course, we got Aprizi of Complexity also playing for the Charlotte Phoenix today with 6 kills. Zara Tricky. We got Hill, we got Flanker, Davis Wave, and then Kenny from Xset kind of rounding out our top 10 here. Anything stand out or jump out at you, Glitter?
What I'm loving is the consistency in our top squads, all having 2 players out of their 3 up here in our top kill leaderboard, because that's impressive.
Really just irons the point home about how well these teams have been doing, despite some issues with the placements overall. Still being able to keep up the kills this consistently over 3 different games here really irons home why these 2 teams are safely inside of our top 5 right now.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Premier, NRG, and XSET all featuring 2 players on this list here, all performing well. And not only that, but let's take a look at the overall kill performance and team performance. NRG, despite not getting great placements, look at the damage that they are putting out, Blue.
Yeah, some crazy stuff there. So the only team inside of quintuple digits for themselves so far. Other teams fairly close behind those. We were talking about before, XSET and Premier being the most to stand out, but Space Station and Team Liquid also holding on very close in that department. Unfortunately, they've had a few runs that have been cut fairly short in their opinion due to missed rotates or just fights that end up going their way. But I think in the overall department of kind of this consistency area, if they were holding up a bit more in those fights, then obviously, again, we would see them being very, very competitive with those other 3 teams currently topping out that team performance leaderboard.
Anything else that stands out to you on this list?
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and what's really impressive to me is the fact that SSG has more damage than XSET. So SSG is doing a good job dealing that damage. They're just not able to convert on their kills in the same way, and they're not able to get their placements as high as XSET, but their aggression is there. They just have to, there's got to be like one hiccup somewhere that once they iron that out, they'll be putting themselves in a much better spot.
Yeah, I'd probably say it was maybe game 1 that helped contribute to that. You know, game 1, they were able to put a lot of poke in over towards that no-name village to the left of Thermal Station. Probably got a lot of damage out of that, but unfortunately, we're one of the teams that were caught victim to late rotations. So we'll see how SSG will do going into game number 4, which is just around the corner, about to launch in. But just a quick reminder for those watching, not only do you get to enjoy some great competitive Apex gameplay, you also have a chance to enter to win. Type !Gleam in the chat for your chance to enter the JBL Quantum Cup Survival Sweepstakes. Sound is certainly survival when it comes to gaming, and JBL provides the best headsets in the game for exactly that. And of course, holiday season's around the corner. Now is a great time if your family, friends are looking for some gaming gifts to pick up a JBL headset. Support the company that supports esports and Apex and Fortnite and CSGO with the annual JBL Quantum Cup. Also, I know JBL is a sponsor of 100 Thieves and a couple of other esports orgs, so big shout out to JBL for all that they do to be involved in the gaming scene and the esports scene and give these players something great to play for. I mean, a $50,000 tournament for Apex Blue is significant.
Yeah, absolutely the case here. And once again, it's given our community a great chance to kind of get warmed up as well. We were talking about this during the pre-show, kind of get warmed up for the ALGS finals coming up for Split 1, as we've got a large majority of the teams that are going to be there also playing here this weekend, along with a few other underdogs kind of sprinkled in that have also been surprising us, as we saw at least once already with Absolute Monarchy.
Yep. Yeah, we're missing Cloud9. We're missing Sentinels. A few teams I think were, in the midst of holiday travel. I know Zach Mazer went home for the holidays and taking a little bit of a well-deserved break. So that's why we're missing a few of these squads. But nonetheless, a stacked lineup. 16 of our 20 teams that we'll get to see in the near term here, about a month for the ALGS playoffs coming up. I'm excited for that, but did get word that the map is loading. Game number 4 is just about ready. This 2-day series, keep in mind, it is 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow, cumulative over each day. The team with the most points at the end will be crowned your champions. Top 5 get paid. So top 5 is important. As you see here, we're loading in Hill, Crook, and Ronnie of PGG, your champions from game number 3. Can they continue that success? We'll find out, because game 4 is ready.
All right, let's get into it as we watch PGG drop in for our 4th game here after they top out that game of Don't Touch the Lava at the end of our final circle there. So they will take control of things here, get themselves a nice point boost, and be safely within our top 5 here so far for day number 1. Our first half of our set of 12 games to be played out between today and tomorrow. And of course, to take home the lion's share, $25,000 going to first place, with an additional 25 being spread out among the other top 4 finishing teams. We get into it though, once again, we are going to see the circle take up a much more centralized position this time, so possibilities are a bit more endless in terms of where we could see things end up.
I'm actually very pleasantly surprised with just how central that is. And the reason I say that is because, I'm looking at the likes of Furia, Liquid, Complexity, even 100 Thieves, all these squads that have had to rotate pretty far and through a lot of squads in our previous 3 matches, now getting a little bit of a reprieve and a little bit more time to loot and figure out exactly where they want to go. The downside of this central zone is that there is a lot of unplayable area. You can see just how much of those mountains cut through the center of this map, and so teams are gonna have to really figure out how they want to play this and properly guess where it's going to pull. Knights, though, are going to be in a really solid position, and after the strong game they just had, they might be able to continue that momentum.
They're going to have at least 2 teams, though, fairly close to them, hiding out over here towards Fragment West. Specifically, W already pushing it against them, as we can see the Knights firing out a few shots. TSM FTX maybe catching this. They're also encroaching on that part of territory here where Knights currently have control over, so we could actually see a very early fight if those teams want to come to blows with each other. Aside from that, we've got close contention of the Skyhook rosters as well, but they'll more than likely avoid each other as they've been landing here for most of our 3 games already here, and SSG kind of just controlling the tunnel, as that'll be the most obvious path of rotation, so they'll watch out to see if either Team Liquid or 100 Thieves are going to move in through there. More than likely, they'll work their way around. Like you were saying, though, it's a big choice for a lot of these teams to make because we have that kind of upside-down T-junction in the middle of our circle right now, which is splitting up the possibilities of where this circle could pull towards. Seems like most of our teams are favoring a Fragment end to this one, as they're going to be trying to take up positioning close or inside of Fragment itself here for the first 5 or 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, you can see just how quickly SSG actually is making their rotation over into Fragment West. NRG has already made their way through landside, and then will be pushing through that tunnel, making their way into the city as well. And a lot of this is one of those things that if it does end in the city, you could literally have 3+ teams in a building, 1 on each floor, everyone trying to hold out for as long as possible until the absolute last moment when everything kicks off.
So fairly heavily stalemated game could be in the cards here, but that's going to rely again on us pulling in that direction. It seems like most teams are favoring that, though, so they might have that second circle intel already kind of feeding it over towards them if that's indeed going to be the case. We'll see in a few moments, though, when we get a better preview of that, and this first one begins to close out. Regardless, though, teams are being careful. You can see Complexity, who does generally tend to land and control this northern quadrant up on top of Fragment. They're also very cautiously moving down, as they're going to realize all the other teams in the area would have also tried to make similar moves, as they are become fairly close to Lazarus here, as they're also trying to move into a tunnel a little bit further to the south.
Yeah, I think we also saw BBG and NRG possibly running into each other. Absolute Monarchy rotating on the high ground now, trying to keep up, figuring out the decision making of Lazarus. Oh, now we're able to check in with NRG, and they are fighting BBG here, and they've taken a lot of damage already. This would be such an early exit for NRG if they don't win this engagement.
Already seeing Sweet go down, a couple trades going out, but it's ultimately going to go the way of BBG, with only their Wraith getting knocked out. Their Sync becomes the only victim, but Tempest and Wicked able to hold on and knock out Energy, giving them by far their lowest placement yet. Last place here as they go down, and that's going to cost them some big points on the overall leaderboard.
That is massive, not only for taking out the heavy hitters of NRG, but just those early game points for BBG after they kind of struggled a little bit, getting forced into lots of engagements they maybe didn't want to be in that last game. Now they have a lot more control this time around and take out a massive squad. Now they've also cleared out some of this space for themselves. They don't have to worry so much about the teams at their backs. They've got some extra loot, and they do have control over these 2 choke points coming out of Harvester and coming out of Landslide. They've got vision on both and might be able to gatekeep if they decide to do so.
Yeah, that's going to present a lot of rotate opportunities, too, in the event that the circle still ends up pulling a little bit further away. I think, considering the big bulk we have going into Fragment, we're more than likely going to end up over in that direction for at least our second circle, but once more, we'll follow up on that very, very soon here as more teams trying to rotate in. Liquid going to encroach on BBG territory just a little bit here, and more than likely won't end up coming to blows. They'll be across the train tracks from them and have a very healthy amount of separation. Not only mention the fact that Team Liquid is immediately going to use the Valkyrie redeploy here to put themselves in a different position as well.
Premier, though, I think Premier is now going through the choke coming out of Harvester, but it looks like BBG is also starting that aggressive rotation into the city, trying to find a place where they can post up as we watch Liquid try to find a safe place to land and hopefully not run into one of those squads. That's one of the most useful things about that Valkyrie redeploy, is just how much information you get when you do it.
Absolutely the case there, especially in a very claustrophobic hold like this where we have so many teams already taking up positions inside of Fragment. As you were talking about earlier, there was so many buildings to play from and so many stories on those buildings that teams can kind of hide and wrap themselves into, getting as much intel as possible on your entrance into the city, especially such a rushed one like with the redeploy from the Valkyrie there is going to certainly give you a bit of a sigh of relief as you're landing and hopefully allow you to take a better position without immediately being jumped on by a team or two here. As we're seeing for Space Station trying to survive here, a little bit of pressure coming onto them, I believe, from Team Liquid, as ultimately, though, both of them are probably just going to end up backing away here. We can see one of the members of Space Station, though, moving out, wanting to get a little bit more out of that black market before posting up on the inside of the building.
Yeah, I mean, between the Caustic on one side and the Loba on the other, there is just a lot of potential use in these Legends right now. I mean, Caustic's going to really help the squads that do have a Caustic be able to post up safely in these buildings, because a lot of people won't want to have to take a fight inside his gas if they don't absolutely have to. And then Loba, with how close all these buildings are and how close all these teams will be, and inevitably their death boxes, being able to just constantly have a supply of loot at your fingertips is huge for these teams.
So more than likely, everybody just going to be kind of sitting back, waiting for the action to begin. We already saw it a few moments ago. A couple teams trying to poke at each other as they entered the buildings, but now that they are safe and secure on the inside of them, it's going to be very unlikely that anyone wants to risk a full-on engagement, especially such a powder keg of rosters being in the close vicinity to each other. We can even see, again, some of the Bloodhound scans coming out, again, specifically built by gamers who have taken up the top position here on the uncompleted building. They're not going to be the only one holding it. One team position below them. They'll have to constantly keep an eye on those ropes to make sure no push comes out against them from that roster, in addition to all the other teams that are going to try to pelt a couple sniper shots at them from a distance, as they'll be poking out every once in a while in this slightly more exposed position up on the roof.
Yeah, and you can see that zone shift does come through, and all of the teams that are holding buildings in the city right now are very, very happy with that. Looking at G2, though, G2 is making a very late rotate through staging, probably going to follow the path of Fury as Fury finally makes their way into the zone. And this might end up paying off for G2 with how many teams are going to be forced to start fighting each other. If they keep themselves a safe enough distance to be able to third party some of those fights, might end up translating into some massive points. But Charlotte, Phoenix, and Built by Gamers trying to do a lot of poke here in the city, and I feel like Blue, we might have to get comfortable, because I think this is what's going to be going on for the next 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, at least until we get another circle or two closed in. Even G2 is not really going to be forced, I think, to take any fights from the outside to try and maintain positioning. That little tiny village to the right of the train yard outside the tunnel there is still open, and I'm pretty sure inside, the majority of it at least, inside of the circle, so they can more than likely rotate over there if they spot it as being open, and that'll be an area where G2 can kind of just camp out and not be forced to take any engagement until the circle closes onto them. So they'll be staying safe, as once more every single team, except for our first one, Energy, probably feeling a little bit bad about the earlier events for them, as they've gone out, and now every single other team is just going to be locked in a 19-team stalemate here while we wait for our third circle, more than likely, to close in.
Checking in on the POV of Lazarus. Squad that went out very early in our last game. They could definitely use a bit of a recovery here. But ever since that one engagement with BBG and NRG being that first squad to go out, nobody else wants to push the issue too aggressively if they don't absolutely have to right now. And you can see on both of these views right now just how close all of these teams are. They're literally stacked on top of each other, right next to each other in buildings that are a few feet away. I mean, at this point, it's just going to be completely dependent on if an individual player gets caught out while they're peeking, or if a team decides to push out into a new position and everyone ends up focusing on them. Right now, though, I feel like the teams that are on the outside, that northeastern edge that's closer to epicenter, they have a really good viewpoint. And we've seen Complexity play this before during ALGS. If they can leverage this height and these angles to their advantage, they could end up with a lot of points on the board.
So we've got Esports Arena going for a hot insertion into the center of Fragment. Might be going right for the bridge landing as well, but as we see them look for any sort of open positioning, they're honestly just not going to find it here. So they try to steal some away from BBG as they're going to land on the lower levels of their building instead. You said it earlier, we were going to have teams camp in the same building, and we immediately get that as Esports Arena is forced to rotate in here and take up a lower level. Going to have to try and find a way to either get the engagement going or just outright avoid BBG here when the circle forces them into that fight.
I'm glad we did instantly see them climb up to the next level, though, because the one that they were on below obviously has that very open center portion of the floor that can really cause some problems for fights. So they cleared out the floor above them to make sure they didn't have to worry about anybody looking down at them, and they should be able to hold this for a little bit. It's gonna get rough. You can see the green on the mini map, so they know that for now they're safe, and unless they have to, they're not about to go up those zip lines and try to poke people down. You see the barrels that I was talking about earlier being able to help them hold that position, and no one's going to want to go past them and potentially set those off and deal with any sort of DOT. So right now, it's just a waiting game. A waiting game for the first mistake out of any of these teams.
Not to mention the fact that Charlotte Phoenix does not have a caustic of their own to counteract that, as they're running a much more aggressive composition with the Bloodhound as well as the Ash supporting their usual Gibby pick. So having to wait that one out a little bit more for a much better moment of opportunity later in this game where their abilities and their overall kit is going to be found to be much more useful there.
Oh my god. Okay, well, so everybody in Fragment East is going to have to do a little bit of a shift if they're super far east. Everyone on the north that did have that high ground is now going to be forced into finding a building position that's already been taken up by all of these other squads. However, the one team that isn't being punished too badly is G2. They can still kind of hang around the edge if they want to and wait to see what the rest of these teams do, but already Complexity, knowing they need to make the move, aggressively goes for the Valk rotate and tries to find a safe place to land.
Complexity seemingly was just waiting for this circle to close in here as they've been hanging out on the edge of Epicenter for so long. They're immediately going to leap into a fight too as they think this building is open for the taking. Clearly not the case, and they're paying the price for that in heavy terms now. All these caustic barrels going off, already seeing one of them go down, two without shields. Now it's just iShiny. He's going to try to sneak off of batteries. Both of his teammates get eliminated, and iShiny just has to try and rat it out now. He'll recover the banner of Reptar and is going to try to run over towards the top of the building where he might be able to get a teammate back in play, but he's got to keep himself alive first as he goes down to just a sliver of HP, and thankfully I believe a third party jumping on that other squad there, keeping Team Liquid off of their tail, as iShiny is going to be able to just barely escape and possibly get over towards that beacon to get his teammates back in the game.
I cannot believe that he made it out of there. I think I saw his name pop up in the kill feed, which might not be the best for Shiny, but that was an insane almost clutch coming out of that squad. Rough rotation for Complexity though, now on board with the X set, seeing how they're doing, and I also see Ghost fighting Absolute Monarchy in the kill feed, and this rotation is going to be one of the most deadly ones.
Still only two teams fully knocked out here, though, and I believe one of the we are going to see that portal come in and attempt to kidnap. Not going to go off the way that Xset wanted to have it go, but now still going to have to contend with the portal open up right in front of them as well. I believe it'll actually block the door partially for the two people in the elevator here as well, so going to have to hop around that one real quick if they can't find a neutral path to do so. Lazarus, in the meanwhile, is engaged upon by another squad as well, already losing their Valkyrie. It's Renegades on the other end of this engagement, and they're just going to rip Lazarus to shreds. Not a single member of their own squad going down in that fight, and they'll easily take the position away from Lazarus.
That's a huge spot to be able to hold. Now that push being successful is going to really, really benefit Renegades, not only with their loot, but with their positioning where they're able to hold Liquid. Now able to get a little bit of a reset. That portal's gone. They don't have to worry about that anymore. And they're able to reassess and figure out what their next move is going to be. You can see the green zone just barely visible there on the map, and it's continuing to centrally shrink down. So G2, our squad that we've been watching here on the outskirts, is probably going to have to finally commit and move their way into the city as we check in with Absolute Monarchy, who's getting destroyed right now, trying to escape with barely a sliver of health. The caustic barrel's coming out, hopefully providing a little bit of cover, but this is a rough position for Absolute Monarchy to be in.
Sunwind's actually been on the run, I think, for the past like 3 to 4 minutes, if not longer than that. I saw his two teammates pop up in the kill feed a while ago, and we even just see there only just now one of them having the beacon timer pickup expire for him, so he's not going to be able to go back and retrieve that. He did manage to quickly sneak off one of his teammates' banners, but again, with how claustrophobic the situation is becoming, probably not going to have a real chance to get him back in the game anytime soon, if at all. So he'll have to try and rat this one out as well, similarly to how we saw the last member of one of our other teams get put into a similar spot. Still only 4 teams fully wiped out, though, despite the fact that the circle's coming down to its 4th iteration in just a moment here. The positioning starting to get a lot tighter, as we've already seen once here, teams having to fight for their positioning, with Lazarus specifically getting pushed out and becoming, I think, our 3rd full team to get wiped out a few moments ago when we saw that fight go in here. A lot more starting to pop up on the kill feed here as a few other players go down. BBG, I think, being forced out of that rooftop position finally, and G2 also going to make an aggressive move for themselves here. We'll try to go for the redeploy on the Valkyrie. They're the ones that have been hanging out on these western outskirts for far too long. They realize this is going to have to finally be a big move that they'll have to go through too much enemy territory to make it through, so they'll use the redeploy to put him in a better position instead, and might be trying to go for a land on this roof. Obviously will be a temporary position. They'll have to very quickly hop back down, but just uses it to start a bit of a cell heal up for themselves so they can be at better health as they leap into this next fray where both teams teams immediately going to be forced to pop their bubbles here. It's just too close for comfort, so they need that extra few seconds to stabilize and get ready for the next fight when these bubbles expire, which is pretty much going to be happening at the exact same time. Resulta just waiting for the chance to do that and bring out this Mastiff. Finds the shots, but look at how quickly he gets melted down here. 100 Thieves are on the other end of the engagement as G2 now desperately trying to fight for survival, but it won't work out. It's going to be W that sneaks off the damage at range and wipes them down. Also saving 100 Thieves' butt here as they'll just be able to go back to normal and maintain this position.
I really think that G2 thought that they got their bubble out a second after so that they were going to be able to have a little bit more cover and prepare for that fight, but they did expire at almost the exact same time. Now G2 is in a little bit of a rough spot here. You can see them trying to fend off some of these squads. 100 Thieves managed to get a solid reset going for themselves and have a much safer position. They now know where to expect that damage to be coming from, and I'm surprised that they haven't continued the rest of this engagement with G2, as so many other squads. Construction's going to start getting real messy for these teams as well.
See here down to the final 15 as so many teams are still alive, but we're going to start to see more getting wiped out. Looking like TSM struggling at this point as G2 still maintaining positioning just on the outside of market, looking like, again, not fully wiped out just as of yet here as they actually were able to maintain with 2 of their players still staying in it. Ghost as well on the outskirts of this circle right now trying to survive, but as you can see, not a whole lot of cover to play with, just a couple AC units for them to try and hide behind here and keep themselves in the fray as they are taking so many peppered shots from other members here firing in against them. Space Station in the meanwhile here also looking to try and throw out some damage on their own regard, but it's going to be Space Station that clean up 2 members of the Knights fairly quickly, and I believe that'll be a full team wipe as the Knights get knocked out here, and Space Station just quickly trying to finish off some of the others sitting on the ground. That means probably going to be one more straggler still left alive somewhere on the map, but we'll keep up with that when we get better info.
Yeah, I think G2 is now officially out as well, as somehow 100 Thieves have still managed to stay alive. Premier playing the edge of this zone and just trying to sneak their way in without being noticed. But as I see that all of the nades start coming out in the direction of Premier, all now without shields and dealing with the tick of the thermite grenade, the bubble is going to be forced out of this squad, and they are going to be in a little bit of a rough position. Everybody knows where they are. Ghost is pushing their way in, and they're going to have to choose if they want to take the engagement across the way or push in on 100 Thieves, who have successfully held people off for quite some time now.
This is really interesting how the final circle is developing here, despite us obviously being inside of Frag, but we're going to one of the most barren parts of the city where there's either so many ruined buildings, a lot of, as you can see, the destruction from Fragment itself creating a bit of natural cover for these teams to play from, but in terms of actual buildings, there's a lot less than we were working with a few moments ago here, so teams are going to find themselves a lot more in the open than they were a few moments prior. PGG having to stack up in the corner to avoid that Arc Star, as we're seeing W maintain a lot of high ground over plenty of these teams. They will have to watch out though, as Xset, arguably our most consistent team yet in this tournament, is hiding out just below them, waiting for an opportunity to strike against that high ground advantage. And 100 Thieves as well, sneaking in this damage against PGG as they're finally going to be pushed out of that crevice into a fight here for the market directly against 100 Thieves. PGG's Crook is able to get one shot off against them, but still, you have the full roster to contend with, and they're just not going to be able to maintain. 100 Thieves will win out that fight, but they'll be heavily injured as well, so they're going to have to be careful for follow-ups from another party.
Oh, I see Liquid popping off in the kill feed as well, starting to take out Complexity. Xset still managing to rotate in very late and hold everybody off in the process. 100 Thieves now down to 1 as we jump on board with them, and it's Xset that is on the receiving end of this, and Xset will come out on top, cleaning up yet another squad.
Xset, though, going to be really tough for wear, and I believe they'll get knocked out. We're very quickly down to our final 4 squads here. Space Station, I believe, going to be one of the ones to be able to take them out. Space Station actually moving up, though. It was Noble that wiped out Xset, and Space Station instead taking out the W roster. Esports Arena, a team that's been struggling in our previous 3 games, finally in the top 4 with quite a few kills behind their belt as well, but they're in trouble here. You can see Noble just knocking out 2 additional players, 1 from Team Liquid, 1 from Esports Arena. Noble is going to have to call off the assault temporarily, though, as they're going to get a lot of abilities thrown at them, and that'll force them back into more natural cover, as well as a long-range fight against this other team across the field here. Rack's shield gonna get absolutely decimated, and he'll have to quickly back up to regen that. You can see, though, a lot of Team Liquid players under the bridge, also in a tough spot here. Noble just trying to survive as they're fending off the pressure from SSG, and in the meanwhile, Esports Arena and Team Liquid are just waiting for that fight to finish so they can swing in and pick up the third party. Esports Arena will be the first to move in, though. They catch the movement from Noble. They know that their cover spot is going to be open, so they'll push onto it here and be ready to clean up whoever survives the fight between SSG SSG and Nova, which is going in full swing now, and it ends up going by the way of SSG. Still with some coverage to play with, as well as Dropped and Frex still being at nearly full HP, so it's not going to be as easy of a wipe, but still, you can see one member of SSG now fully out of play. Dropped and Frex having to try and survive with the circle very quickly closing in against them.
Esports Arena did a really solid play there. They did a 2-1 split. They left Knocked above Team Liquid so that Team Liquid couldn't try and third party or pull any sneaky moves while they were able to deal some additional damage down on that fight between Noble and SSG, and it paid off for them, keeping Liquid completely shut down in that scenario, although it doesn't really do any damage. But now Esports Arena has the height advantage on SSG, and they do force a bubble out of that duo now, having them in their sights, just waiting for it to break, knowing they're going to be forced to push forward, and Esports Arena instantly shreds them the second they make a peek. But they do have a little bit of cover behind these cars. I don't know how much is going to benefit them as the circle continues to shrink down on these teams, and I think it's just going to come down to Liquid and Esports Arena who is going to be able to win this one out.
Esports Arena just waiting for the circle to get small enough to force Liquid out of cover. Once again, they've got the height advantage here. Starting to see the end as well of our other team across the way here. No coverage left to play for, and unfortunately, not a lot of batteries left and a lot of healing bats for them overall. Liquid now being forced out into the open, but Esports Arena is still paying them some respect as we still have Space Station causing problems. Frex is alive, and he's got himself to full HP, so we're not down to the final two just yet as everybody leaps into action here. Drop finally gonna get finished off by the rings, leaving all that last member alive for SSG. Frex as well, leaping into the fray here, but he's gonna get caught nearly instantly. He'll be the first of these squads to go down. Now it's gonna be Esports Arena cleaning up Team Liquid and finishing up the team fight to finally claim a map for themselves.
They played that so perfectly, being able to deny Liquid's ability to do anything for the majority of that endgame was a huge play coming out of Esports Arena, and they badly needed these points when we take into consideration that overall leaderboard.
Esports Arena has been struggling in a big way here for our first three games, but finally changing up their luck with the late push in towards the city and the final circle favoring them. They take that high ground and wipe the floor with the three other teams still in the lobby with them. Great stuff from Esports Arena. John, we got to get your take on that one. Another great circle, another great final fight there between those four teams remaining.
Absolutely. We all love a fragment finish, and it leads to end games like that. Such a crazy finish. And kudos to our observers team. Gave us the best possible view right there. We saw the Valkyrie, Frex, lone member of SSG, flying around like a mosquito, just trying to survive and see if they could sneak an extra 2 points of placement by getting second. But a good job by ESA and by Team Liquid fairly to be able to take out Frex to make sure that they were the top two teams. But ultimately, you hit the nail on the head. Esports Arena saying, hey, we can still do it. We don't need Verholz. We got Knocked, one of the best controller players in the game, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, and they needed it, right? I said it a couple times, but they have been at the bottom of our leaderboard. They really needed some sort of a comeback, and not only did they get it, but they did it aggressively. I mean, this is what we were looking for out of Esports Arena because we know they're capable of it, and I think people had some questions whether or not the change to their roster was going to affect their gameplay, but when they play like this, the answer is going to be a no. I mean, Knocked obviously doing very well for this squad, and this was I'm still stuck on just how smart they were at the end game, John. And that was so well played, the way that they were able to deny any sort of aggression from some teams while allowing themselves to also put damage out on the ones that were already fighting. It was so well done.
Yeah, and I love how you broke that down actually while you were live casting, you know, saying, hey, look, two members of ESA were able to push, get that one extra kill point while that fight was happening cross map with Space Station, while one of them was able to make sure that Team Liquid didn't pull anything sneaky and flank. Everything from that small decision, that small moment to the end game was really perfectly played by ESA here, Blue.
Yeah, and we could see as well just how tense this final circle was. I was mentioning it on the cast, but obviously moving from the very building-heavy areas of the inner part of the city to, as you can see here, not a whole lot to play with in the final seconds. Just the bridge itself and these couple of pillboxes and debris that was spread amongst the area to try and play around here. We went from too much cover to virtually none at all here. And once again, Esports Arena very carefully dancing around that to maintain the ultimate high ground position, and as well being very patient with their fight selection, never really being forced to jump into this one. They knew they had Team Liquid below them and just kind of bided their time to wait that out, even topping out our kill leaderboard as well here now that we're getting to see that with 8 frags total and overall 20 points for that game.
Yeah, but pretty well distributed kills in this one. So that means pretty well distributed points as well, from 20 points DSA all the way down to 10 points with Noble in 6th or 7th overall in terms of the game results at least. So kudos to Noble. But again, I think a big story we also have to talk about here, two of them actually. Yeah, ESA, and then the additional two, Xset continuing to be consistent in every single one of our games here. And then Team Liquid also having a really solid performance, Claire.
Yeah, they're making a comeback for themselves, Team Liquid, but Xset every single time is finding themselves in a top spot. They're getting those kills on the board. I mean, even Space Station is starting to be consistent now. They've had some really solid performances for themselves as well. And we look down this list, 100 Thieves, this is another team that needed these points on the board. I'm glad they were able to get some more KP. This is something that's going to help them in the overall, but the consistency right now that we're getting out of Xset, none of us saw coming, and I love it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up 100 Thieves because that was the next question I was going to ask. Because we take a look at page number 2 here. We'll hold that thought for just a second. Complexity, NRG, TSM, Absolute Monarchy, who had a really, really good game 1, Lazarus G2, and so on and so forth. Not the best showing here in game number 4, but they, of course, still have a lot of time. That is for sure. But back to that point I was going to make. 100 Thieves is a team that obviously has a lot of eyeballs on them overall. And actually, I'll hold that thought one more time. So we can take a look at the overall standings here. Xset on top, given their consistency with 51 points, doing a great job, but every other team narrowing that gap. I mean, all the way down to Furia with 20 in 12th place, just a stone's throw away from being able to leapfrog into top 3, top 2 here, Blue.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams try to adjust for day 2 as we're getting close to the end of our first day of matches here. Xset obviously proving themselves to be the most consistent. We kind of talked that point to death. Energy cost themselves some big points in that game due to the risky earlier fight they took in that map versus BBG. As we see, that's going to cost them a little bit, but obviously still holding on with these other 3 teams here, most notably Liquid and Space Station that we talked about, finding that consistency once again. While they were struggling a little bit in terms of being able to do that every single match, they're back at it now. Both of them got some great points in that most recent game, and they're right back in it because of that inside of our top 4.
Yep, and then now finally, we'll go back to that point I was going to make. 100 Thieves, 18th place overall, and they're a big storyline coming into this tournament, right? Because they did not necessarily have the split one that they would have liked to have had after winning ALGS Championship, surprising the world back then under the Kangarna squad. A Kangarna roster gets picked up by 100 Thieves, skyrocket high expectations for them. Didn't necessarily live up to those expectations in the split and picked it up at the end of the split, but obviously this is a good opportunity for them to kind of prove that they are the same 100 Thieves squad that won the championships. But something didn't go so well from that game. Looked like they had a chance. What happened there, Lauren?
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not really sure. I think we saw them holding that bottom, that low ground, and they were doing a really good job for a while, fending teams off of them to the point where Premier was almost afraid to push up on them. And we saw them trying to decide, do we focus on the teams that are coming in from Fragment East, or do we try to push through 100 Thieves and, see what happens? I think it was just at that point an unlucky situation, because to be fair to 100 Thieves, up until that Premier push, they really did fend. I mean, they were able to keep G2 off of them. They were able to, I think Noble might have helped a little bit there, but they were able to handle a lot of chaos up until those final moments. And obviously these zones in Fragment are a little bit rough, but generally we're not getting that performance that we saw out of them in that last week of ALGS like you were talking about, and that's what we were hoping to see. So maybe they'll be able to pick it up tomorrow.
Yeah, obviously a lot of games left, a lot of time left, that's for sure. They're one of those teams that it takes a lot of skill. It's really difficult to make it to like top 8, top 9, but despite that effort, you don't get rewarded with a whole lot of points unless you finish top 3, top 4, and you get some kills at the end as well. So breaking that barrier into that top 3 finish is a difficult thing to do. We'll see if they can do it in games 5 and 6, which are right around the corner here. We're going to take a very quick break, give ourselves a chance to breathe here a little bit, but when we come back, we got 2 games left on the day. Who will be at the top of the leaderboards after our first day of 6 matches? Who will be left to go big in day number 2? We'll find out when we come back with game number 5 after this.
There is always a new challenge, and the hard work never stops. Strive to be the best. Make the most of your opportunities. And enjoy.
Introducing the JBL Freak Edition wireless headphones, designed by Giannis.
James, I have to tell you how I feel. I love you, JHB. I know it may sound crazy, but I can see us living together. Well, your silence says everything, James. Goodbye forever.
James.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I was wearing these awesome JBL Quantum headphones. Look, it's me as a cat. The nose and the whiskers, isn't that cute?
In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Welcome back, everybody, to the JBL Quantum Cup, our North American Apex Legends competition, as we are 4 games down, 2 more to go today, 6 more to go tomorrow before we have a chance to crown our champions and the winner of the lion's share of our $50,000 prize pool. One thing to keep in mind as well is that not only will these players win, you could also win just for watching. You saw right there in the little welcome back, watch, play, and win. Guess what? If you press !Gleam in the chat, you have a chance to enter the JBL Sound is Survival sweepstakes to get hooked up by JBL with some audio equipment and the like for your gaming setup at home. Make sure to enter the sweepstakes for your chance to win. But games 1 through 4 are in the books. We got game 5 just around the corner. As we're getting ready to throw right in because Lobby is ready. Predictions, my friends. Who's going to win game number 5? Glitter, start with you.
Back on SSG.
Back at SSG. Ooh, I like that. All right. Okay. And by the way, I stand corrected from 2 games ago. I said for some reason the standings had a different roster on there, but they are playing with their full roster, I believe, the SSG squad. So that's a good, fair prediction. Blue, how about you?
I know the usual suspects aren't really holding up for our top ALGS team, so I'm going to go with who has been consistent here. XSET is looking good, and once again, I think they're going to find themselves a high placement minimum, if not outright get their second win of the day here.
I like that call. I'm going with NRG. They've been, doing solid. They now kind of drop down to the 5th place spot in the leaderboards. I'm going to see NRG's going to have a big game, number 5, and really cement themselves in the top 3, top 5. But we will see if that's the case here. Of course, gameplay is starting. Game number 5. We've seen a few southern zones, 3 southern zones, and we finally saw just a slightly northern zone, more central in Fragment. 2 of those zones landed at the southwest side of the map near Thermal Station. One pulled very, very southwest. That was game 2. One pulled a little bit to the east of the southwest, if that makes any sense. That was game number 1. Then of course we saw a southeast zone. Finally got our northern zones here, so fingers crossed, Glitter, we'll see another northern zone again, number 5.
I hope so, because I also wouldn't be mad at a little bit of maybe some Skyhook insanity, or even like over, you know, where complexity is. I wouldn't be mad.
I like that. I like that. I like that Glitter's just manifesting, you know, put that in the universe, trying to make it happen. She's been known to do that before. I'm always impressed by how she can predict the future. Big shout to my girl.
No,
Glitter,
it's typically you.
Yeah, both of us. You know, it's the Glitter Fallout combination, Fallout explosion. You know, the explosion of the Fallout. It's too good. It's just too good not to mention here. As we have blue glitter ready to call the action here. Nice, pretty blue glitter ready to call the action. I'm gonna throw it over to y'all to call this one game number 5.
I like how you two have the glitter explosion combo, and we're just like an item at the craft store is all we have.
At least it's a good color, okay?
That's
At least
true,
it's a good
yeah.
color of glitter.
Nice vibrant color as well. Really makes the eyes pop. But either way, we will get into the action here, folks, where we dive into our 5th drop of the day here on World's Edge. And we are going to get another south one. This one's going to pull a little bit more to the east than we saw before, but will be still fairly similar to one we had earlier on in the day here, with it closing in pretty good on Lava Processor there towards the middle, where we've got Ghost and BBG once again, who are going to be in a pretty advantageous position due to the initial pull there. Oh, and it looks like it's going to pull a little bit more dramatically towards them as well, as it's going to be going quite heavily towards the south for the second circle that we'll see later on.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how Esports Arena handles this one, considering that they're also one of those teams in a pretty solid spot for themselves right now, being able to loot up all of Lava City. They've got nowhere they need to rotate to, and they have a lot of areas that they can hold off and gatekeep depending on which way the zone goes. But if this ends up continuing to pull south and it's in those lava areas right outside of Dome, it could be yet another messy ending. But we've seen Premier knows exactly how to handle that.
Absolutely the case here, and some more teams we're going to be focusing on. I like the point that John made earlier about energy and how we might see them kind of rebound in this game, kind of hopefully learning from their mistake of trying to take that earlier fight versus BBG at the start of the last game. And unfortunately, being the first team to be knocked out because they chose that, if we start to see them make a bigger adjustment towards a more passive play style, obviously that could work out well if the timing ends up playing into their favor and they can late rotate into this circle once again to find themselves to be in an advantageous position to kind of just clean up the large majority of teams that will have already taken flights at that point. So we'll see, obviously, follow up on them as they'll be over towards staging as usual to start things off, and we'll focus on how they try to rotate into things a little bit later on in the game, as the big focus is going to be on all these teams already trying to take up early positioning. As we can see, I believe Xset already working their way over towards Lava Siphon, heading over towards BBG territory. In the meanwhile, Ghost has already evacuated that natural landing zone they started out on and has gone much more towards the south, closer to launch site.
I'm actually glad you called that out, because I like that choice out of Ghost. I think that they did well holding Lava Siphon last time, but they found that it was almost too many people that they had to fight off early on just in order to hold that position. I like that they're going a little bit more aggressively center zone. They are right next to Premier, the squad that obviously won this last time. So if they're able to take them out, they could clear out a ton of space for themselves, as NRG and Space Station are the ones on your screen right now. And it looks like NRG is getting into a little bit of a skirmish here up against Furia.
Oh, not again. As we see Furia being able to take Energy, one of them down into a downstate here. Fury being a little bit passive on this one, though, but for good reason. They already have control over this fight. No reason for them to overpeat, because now they've got a second one down on the ground. One player stands alive, and there you go. Such an unfortunate turn of events for Energy. I don't even think they're the aggressor this time. They just get jumped on by Furia, and they knock them down outright. 2 0-point games in a row for Energy.
That is so unlucky. The fact that they ran into Fury at landslide. I mean, like you said, I don't even think they wanted to take that fight. They were forced into that fight. And yet another early exit for NRG is going to be less than ideal for that squad. Now on board with Absolute Monarchy, who's making their way on into Lava City, making a nice early rotate there, and they'll be holding on to that area with Esports Arena for now. Nobody really looking to get aggressive with the exception of the very unfortunate NRG fight. I mean, they can't catch a break right now.
Fallout's predictions in shambles in the meanwhile here is unfortunately going to be dead wrong on that one, but we'll see if any of ours will be able to hold up here as more teams starting to converge. Once again, heavy focus on the southeastern hold here as we've got probably close to like half the lobby built up in that small quadrant of the map right now, with I think even more on the way. Meanwhile, we've got the exact opposite stance being taken by BBG, who has barely moved from their initial landing zone, only going just a little bit south towards Lava Siphon, and even there just holding on the outskirts right now. Esports Arena going for a redeploy as they're looking to move out of Lava City, with AM getting on top of them there. The pressure a little bit too much for them to deal with. They do not want to take a fight this early on, so they'll back away and move to safer harbors. And meanwhile, we've got 100 Thieves leaping headfirst into a fight, probably going to commit to it too, as they did get an early crack off on one of these players.
They might have heard us talking about them saying, you know, we're looking for a little bit more out of this squad, and it looks like they're trying to at least get some early game aggression going for themselves. And it looks like it's going to be Complexity that is the squad inside that building, but they're currently pinched. So right now, Complexity is fighting themselves in a little bit of a rough spot. You got W on the other side, 100 Thieves looking down the choke, knowing exactly where they are, and they have to hold these squads off for as long as possible.
They're going to realize it's not in their best interest to stick around here, so Complexity calls for their retreat. It's probably going to take the low ground to try and get themselves into safer harbors. W obviously spotting this movement here, so Scissor's going to jump up on top, try and see if he can spot that movement a little bit more precisely, but nothing revealing itself, and ultimately, yeah, just going to use the Valkyrie ultimate to get themselves out of there, similarly to what we were seeing from at least one of our teams earlier here. And we'll switch our POVs now over to TSM, who are also trying to hunt down a straggling team, working their way across the open field here. It's going to be Z Davies that gets himself crocked up, unfortunately for Lazarus. His two other teammates already across the way, so they'll be in safer harbors, and thankfully a portal will present itself here as well for Dankin. Their other teammate lurking a little bit behind, so they'll be able to get out of here without too much of an issue.
Lazarus definitely making the smart call and retreating off of that, trying to not expend resources and find themselves a better position, not wanting to take that fight with TSM. But TSM, another squad that's kind of struggled a little bit here today. Not necessarily the performance that we were looking for out of them as well, so we'll have to see if they're able to turn things around. But Complexity looking like they're in a rough spot. Reptar already knocked, and I think it's at the hands of Xset, who's looking down on them.
This will be the second team now to try and jump on Complexity. This is after they already repositioned once as well. So an unfortunate turn of events, and one that Reptar will not be able to escape this time around. He'll be fully killed out by one of the members of Xset. Free KP going their direction here as they bring that roster down to just 2. Obviously very early on, so a possibility they can get that banner back, or rather they will have more than likely gotten that banner back, but more the possibility that they can maybe actually res that player at some later point in the match here. They're able to find an opportunity to do so. Still very early days. We are still closing in on the very first circle, so there'll be plenty of chances hopefully for that.
You know, I was wondering if Xset was going to go for any of your early game engagements, but I assumed it was going to be up against Premier just due to both of those squads' positions. I didn't think that they were going to be able to catch up Complexity on a rotate. As you can see there on the map, it looks like Complexity is deciding to back off and go for a little bit safer rotation, potentially try to go the wide way through Lava City. They're going to have to reassess here. But Charlotte, Phoenix, we saw them for a second. Now we're on board with G2s trying to get a little bit more zone information for themselves. And we saw them play the outside of the zone in this last match, and it did go well for them up until a certain point. They're playing the edge again right now and trying to get themselves a solid position. I'm not gonna lie, I'd like to see a little bit more aggression out of them.
And we kind of, at a certain point, will need to see that from them, as they're very low on the overall leaderboard here, meaning they're having to play a little bit of catch-up in that respect here. Need that, just really only 1 or 2 games, to be honest with you, as the overall rankings are still fairly close, but they really need that big game of like 15 to 20 points for themselves to rocket them back into a competitive position, because unfortunately, this has just not been the best tournament for them, or really any of our top ALGS teams so far.
Listen, BRs are a fickle mistress, okay? And this is the type of thing that can always happen, especially when we have this level of skill and competitive players in a lobby. You never know how these games are going to turn out. Checking back in with Ghost Gaming. They found themselves a cozy little position here on the outside of the zone. Esports Arena, like we watched them do, they made that rotate in, they redeployed into Dome, hoping that at least the zone would be in their favor, but they will eventually have to push out of here, as it has pulled closer to the launch site portion of things.
See them
They
kinda-
have really brought it back, though.
Yeah, you can see Esports Arena picking this out as they want to be very careful more than anything on this next transition here. It's a lot of open territory they'll have to try and traverse past, and as you've already seen a couple of times, they've become the unfortunate victim during those rotates more often than not. So that's the main error they are trying to avoid, and a few other teams also are looking to watch out for. A big theme of this tournament so far has been the teams that have been able to post up kind of in these neutral positions, not necessarily inside of the safety of the circle, but a little bit outside of it, but still having overwatch on a large majority of the teams that are trying to rotate towards a deeper position inside of it. And as a result of that, those teams holding the mid ground have been able to scavenge quite a few KPs by catching those teams in the middle of a play.
Did you? Okay, so Complexity did go for that wide rotate, but they went for it because they actually are able to get Reptar back up. They're
Nice.
now a 3-man squad. Reptar's going to be looting up as much as he can scavenge that's left over from Lava City, but having their third teammate back up is going to be huge for Complexity. They'll be able to at least help him when it comes to the utility and those heals, get him as looted up as possible, and get themselves in a much safer position. They probably won't be rotating that way through that choke anytime soon, but nice to see them getting a little bit of a reset for themselves, because they are another squad that we did call out as a team we wanted to keep our eyes on, but had some slight concerns when it came to their consistency. So we'll have to see if they're able to fix that.
Yeah, and specifically in this game, as we already talked about too, a really unfortunate chain of events, kind of getting jumped on by two separate squads and forced to reposition twice. As a result of that, we saw, I believe it was Xset, able to get that 1 KP off onto Reptar, preventing him from grouping up with the team until just now, where they, as you said, were able to revive and bring him back into the fold. We're back with Furia now, actually one of the few cryptos we still have in play at this point here.
Oh no.
As they're going to try and once again use that advanced intel, and they're also in this top tower position that I think it was either them or another team played into before, but suffered the ultimate price when they had to move out of this one further to the east because of all the teams below them. So we'll see if things will go better this time.
Hopefully they've worked on their timing. Since then, they actually decided they're going to make the push down now. It looks like they want to try and take an engagement here if they can. They did leave one on high so that they can have some different angles here, see if they can maybe clean up a Team Liquid player or two. But this definitely went a little bit south for them. I think they just stayed up there a tad too long and got caught out in all of the rest of the squads that had to make that late rotate as well, and they weren't able to really hold their own. But now TSM checking what's coming down from above. Solo on Furia, still holding that high position, able to deal some damage, but Esports Arena has made a rotation, and it is not going well for them. Instantly going down at the hands of Premier.
Premier always ready to fend off these more aggressive assaults here, and are going to mincemeat very quickly of the Esports Arena roster. Not even a single down against Premier GG that time, as they held the territory and they controlled far too much of that fight for Esports Arena to be able to do anything. I believe we had some shots coming in from a third party as well in the distance, so as you're going to see now, here comes that third party. Speaking of which, here, they're going to try to jump in on Premier, but like I said, very little damage taken by that roster, so they may have a chance to hold on, as now Resulta moves in to take out Crook fairly quickly, and he's going to follow that up against Ronnie as well. G2 now wiping the floor with Premier, as it seems they weren't ready for the follow-up fight. And Jed's going to move in to quickly clean things up, taking down the players that have already been down and trying to find that third straggler if the opportunity presents itself. I believe they will complete the task, and now as well, TSM jumping onto Furia and their next engagement. Zera already just the last player alive for this Furia roster, trying to turn it back around, but no, it's going to be Reps that wins out the fight instead for TSM as they stay fully alive with all three of theirs. However, the fighting's not done just yet. You still are going to have Team Liquid up on top, now taking Furia's old position, looking for a chance to re-engage against TSM.
It's twice now that position has proved a little bit dangerous for Furia to continue taking. Now Liquid actually decides to back off. They don't want to continue taking that fight with TSM, and I also want to go back to the fight we saw earlier with G2. Love seeing that aggression out of them, really going in for that third party. That's what I was hoping we'd start to get to see from them, knowing that they're capable of it, and they also need those points. Now we'll have to see how the rest of the game goes, but 100 Thieves, Lazarus here, both of these squads trying to deal some damage. 100 Thieves obviously being someone we've spoken about a couple times now, needing to get a little bit of a bounce back for themselves, and this is a very busy building that they currently find themselves in.
Yeah, lots of teams still trying to fight for control on the inside of the processor here. So many teams looking to try and fight for late round positioning, but this is not going to be a safe zone. I got a quick little glimpse of where the next circle is heading, and it is going to pull fairly heavily towards the south. So once again, the teams that are all fighting for here will have to eventually scramble towards the outside into a much different position sooner rather than later. We'll kind of put the complexity for a minute there as we turn over to BBG as well. They're both fairly close to each other. We can even see, I think it is BBG putting this additional pressure onto the complexity roster right now as they try to, for a third time now, reposition to a new spot after getting jumped on by another team.
They cannot catch a break in this game right now. They know that there are so many teams on the low ground going to be in their path as they continue this redeploy, and we'll have to see how that pans out for them. Hopefully they don't fall into the clutches of yet another squad. Absolute monarchy, though. Winners of our first game of the day now find themselves trying to push in on G2 inside of this building, and G2 does not want to let that happen.
Nades are wrapping out like crazy for G2 to fend off this assault from Absolute Monarchy. In fact, they might fully jump into the fight, and indeed they are going to get some fire back from the Absolute Monarchy roster, but they've already lost one of their own. There goes the second as Gentrify moves in to quickly take out Davis, and there we go. Stomps is the last to fall. G2 quickly cleaning things up here and fending off another challenger on the inside of our facility. Get up quick 3 KPs for themselves and knocking out yet another team in this unfortunate hallway that's become the death spot for at least 2 squads now in this game.
So much loot at G2's fingertips right now as well, so that's going to be huge for them moving into late game. But all these squads still holding on to this building. Nobody wants to leave Lava Siphon yet, unless they absolutely have to, knowing that the second one does head out, everyone is going to be keeping their eyes on them. I believe it's Lazarus that's up on the roof in the building that should have some sights on anybody that decides to head out, and you can see BBG is off in the distance, also keeping their eyes on that building, waiting to see if they can pick anybody off on that rotation. It's going to be a dangerous position for all of those squads in Lava Siphon, and someone's going to have to commit. Maybe we'll see a Valk rotate come out as they hope to reposition themselves and put themselves somewhere safer, but the amount of black markets that are on the map right there is insane.
Lots of Loba being played here today because we have a lot of very claustrophobic circles. I was wondering when we were finally going to see this squad on our left move here. W holding a very precarious position out in the open and finally getting some shots thrown out against them, which will force them to reposition. Not sure exactly who it was that puts the pressure on them, but either way, W now going to be put into a much less optimal position as they were looking to try and catch all those players that were going to move out of Siphon soon here with the circle starting to close in at about 10 seconds, but now unfortunately are not really going to have that opportunity. And other squads will be able to keep an eye on that. You can see already quite a few having moved out here. Lazarus, one of the last remaining ones, going to try to go up on top for reposition, and they won't be the only ones here. Knights as well up on top of the Siphon facility, trying to block off the jump ups there with the caustic barrels, and so far being pretty good in that respect. But here comes the circle, here comes the bubble as well, as the defensive bombardment will land on the ground at the same time.
That was a very useful defensive bombardment, completely forcing Knights into a position where they couldn't even move while taking damage from the incoming zone. I mean, that was a very, very good timing. Knights really in a lot of trouble now. 100 Thieves have already made their way down on the low ground, but Vayne takes so much damage, he ends up going down as well. Lazarus looking like the only healthy squad so far that's made their push out of this building after we saw so many teams trying to hold it for so long.
These once again struggling there with the late round rotates, trying to work their way in as I believe their last player just gets wiped off, and oh no, Dank dropping into this valley, immediately realizing his mistake when he sees the number of death boxes down here. He'll be the first to fall here from his squad as TSM continue to mop up the floor with anybody that tries to enter this part of the map, and there are a lot of teams looking to rotate down here. Most recently though, just seeing BBG get some big picks off onto Xset. That may be the end of them, but Lazarus also starting to fall as well. Another member of the Charlotte Phoenix taking them into a down state here. It's coming down to the wires. We're up to our final 12 teams, and we're not even in the top 10 yet. The real fighting is only just beginning as so many players from so many different teams going down. Xset losing 2 of theirs again, with the Charlotte Phoenix cleaning up the majority of that squad. Unsure if that's the outright end, but more than likely is the case. Team Liquid, all 3 of them go down to TSM as well, so they are also out in 11th place.
I feel like Liquid is really regretting letting TSM live on that low ground from earlier in the game as they now get cleaned up by TSM. Charlotte Phoenix, one of those squads on the outside that's been trying to deal a lot of third-party damage. Looks like they were taking some in return themselves and are able to get a reset going. And they're somebody that I've been seeing pop up in the kill feed a little bit here and there, and they've just been very, very quiet about it this game. They haven't drawn too much attention to themselves, and they've been able to keep themselves in a really solid position, especially when you see on the the map there. Just how many other squads are around them? I believe they've got BBG over there as well that they have to deal with. And things are getting a little bit here. I actually can't believe we do have 9 squads still alive right now.
Yeah, 100 Thieves even just sneaking off a revive beacon right there, getting Vayne back into the fight after losing him in the last engagement. So great stuff from him. Renegades as well, getting a nice route to jump right up here and leap into the fight. They're even going to spot a lot of players on the way down. Circle's small enough now where they should be able to see pretty much everybody. The problem, though, by seeing everybody, they're not going to find any safe harbor in terms of a landing zone. They've got to drop up on top of the out-of-bounds area here. More squads jumping onto each other as we've got TSM in the midst of another fight, looking to wipe out 100 Thieves and more than likely going to succeed in doing so. Not the only fight as well. Ghost getting quickly taken down by the ranks of Noble as they're going to be able to wipe them out of the game completely, I believe. 100 Thieves are now down. It's a good thing they brought Vayne back into this fight as he's now the only one remaining for the squad after they were forced into another engagement as well. Renegades still with all 3 alive despite that risky redeploy they had to go for on the Valkyrie a few moments ago, but also currently hiding in the safety of their bubble. They are sandwiched between 2 squads and now they're going to have to fight for survival here. It's actually going to be TSM that gets wiped out here. Charlotte Phoenix doing most of the damage in that fight, but G2 able to sneak off some damage onto both BBG and the Renegades as well as they have massive high ground positioning over so many of the remaining squads. Charlotte Phoenix also moving in to clean up the stragglers from SSG as they also survived up until this point in the game, but are quickly running out of gas themselves. And although Charlotte Phoenix wiped out that team, they're incredibly low. Could be a third party in the future for them, but it's not looking like it as everybody gives respect to each other now that we've come down to the final 3.
G2 is looking, they want to push out of their building. They know the rest of those teams are on the low ground. I don't know if they know that there's a Kraber in hand. Vayne finally does go down. Able to rat, though, until that 3rd place position for his squad. Now it's going to be between G2, who is looking very, very comfortable right now, and a Charlotte Phoenix, who is in the process of trying to heal up. They're almost fully reset, but they're going to be forced out of this position very, very soon. The bubble is already out on behalf of Charlotte Phoenix, and right now G2 is looking very comfortable for themselves. Nice rampage shots coming out of Stink, though. At least gonna hold off G2 for a little bit here, and Charlotte Phoenix is looking to try and nail some playmaking Kraber shots.
Nice play from Charlotte Phoenix, specifically the shots coming out there from the Gibby, really putting the damage on the G2 needed to give them the space to push forward. It's important to note here, obviously, again, as we come into the final circle, the G2 does control the center of it right now, so they dictate the pace of this fight, but look at how low some of their players are getting. The nades in the air, the peppering of the shots coming in, doing so much damage to them, and opening up the opportunity that Charlotte Phoenix needs to shut this game down and take a win for themselves, stealing it right out of the hands of G2.
Oh, okay, Charlotte Phoenix was on low ground. They didn't even get a chance to fully heal up, but they fanned out they all 3 fanned out, wrapped around all the clustered players of G2, got a couple throwables in there, and G2 could not handle that push. Insane finish from Charlotte Phoenix there to fall out.
Yeah, kudos to them, making it look like an arenas game. Pure 3v3, and I think the expression is defense is the best offense, but in that case, offense was the best defense and best way to win that game. Kudos to Charlotte Phoenix handling their 3v3 and doing it with such confidence. Not only that, but they knew they were playing against G2, Blue, and G2, 3 controller players, some of the best pound-for-pound shooters in the game. For them to take the fight with that much confidence is a lot.
And you could see them kind of giving G2 the respect they needed in the initial outset of that fight, too. Obviously, Charlotte was still trying to kind of reset their HP, get them back up. They have their Gibby at full HP, so he pushes out, gets himself to an unexpected position, and is able to crack one of the members of G2. That's the turnaround point for that fight. That gives them the room they need to not only fully boost themselves back up. Obviously, their Gibby takes speed for that, so he's out of the fight, but now you've got 2 full HP players pushing against a fairly even fight, as it's the same thing for G2. That's how they're able to reset, get themselves towards the middle, and better yet, they catch the fact that G2 is in open territory as far as above them is concerned, so they're able to get kind of like those grape shots thrown in from up on top, get so much damage onto the team so that they can finally get the engagement they needed, and more importantly, already have the health advantage inside of the gunfight to not have to worry about being bested by the controllers.
Yeah, and you called it when you were live as well, saying, hey, the ring's gonna pull towards G2, so they just have to chill. I mean, Charlotte Phoenix recognized that as well. A lot of teams would have played passive there, maybe a little pensive, saying, hey, let's just wait for the zone to close and just work this in slowly, and that's exactly what G2 would have wanted. So instead they say, no, eventually we're gonna have to do this. Let's just do it right here, right now. They pushed G2 on high ground and win it, but G2 up until that point had to battle. Early rotation certainly helped them. Speaking of battling, some disgusting sky nades here that land perfectly from Verholst Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, once TSM was allowed to live by Team Liquid, they decided that they were going to try and clear out as many squads as possible. And that's an area that we've actually seen TSM have some crazy fights in during ALGS as well. So they're definitely comfortable with it. But Verholz showing up for the squad. But in the end, I mean, I had said that I wanted to see some more aggression out of G2. And even though they didn't get the win here, I feel like this felt so much better for them.
It did. It felt like the G2 were kind of used to watching. They rotate, they pick up kills along the way, they make it to top 2. I mean, 4 kills right there for Gent. And here's the push, right? It's a straight... I love that we get to watch that back. It's a straight 1v1 on one side, 2v2 on the other side, and Charlotte just kind of catches G2 with their pants down. I don't think G2 expected a CLT to push that aggressively. I love the call right there from CLT, my Greek brethren, Mr. Greek himself, the controller player alongside Stink and Aprizi. I think all 3 controller players, all very, very aggressive, and they tie in points actually 24 apiece, Blue.
And that makes sense, again, considering the play we were seeing from G2 earlier, holding that central facility.
Kills.
Yeah, able to leverage so many of the rotates in their favor. So many teams just directly challenging G2 despite the powerful position they were playing from. I don't know if they were having shots thrown at G2 and maybe these other teams that were jumping on thought maybe they could third party the situation or something, but we saw it at least twice where teams tried to directly contest G2's position and pay the ultimate price for it as they got wiped out entirely, giving at least 6 of those 15 kills over to the roster and allowing for them to clean up in the kill department. And despite a second place finish, still top out and tie for first place here.
That's right. TSM gets 3rd in overall placements, at least based on points from game number 5. 11 points for them, 8 kills. But that's kind of also in that category of TSM of getting close to getting a really, really high point game, but not breaking into the top 4, which is really where the most of the points are. Unfortunately, TSM got taken out in, I think it was 7th or 8th place as we take a look at the second page here, Glitter.
Yeah, and another team that went out, unfortunately, early, now 2 games in a row, is NRG. They have just gotten some very unlucky, very early game fights that do not go their way. First at the hands of BBG, then at the hands of Furia. Furia, another team, honestly, that's been very aggressive today, but NRG has not been able to really catch a break with those.
Yeah, there goes my prediction, by the way, out the window of NRG doing anything. Meanwhile, we got the overall standings, and yeah, the leaderboard's going to reset and even out a little bit as XSET didn't have a huge game right there. Finally, XSET slows down a little bit. I wouldn't say the fire is extinguished yet, but CLT with a massive 25-point game, that'll raise them to 2nd place. And look how G2 escalates significantly all the way to 6th place from the second side of the screen. That's big for them. Team Liquid stays consistent. Space Station, Premier, NRG working their way down the rankings, though, kind of trending downwards, Blue.
Yeah, certainly the case for them. And I mean, 2 20th place finishes. What else can you say about that? It's just unfortunate, especially the most recent one, as they were kind of forced into a fight that they didn't really want to take. But again, G2, I think we were talking about it in the middle of the cast, Glitter, where we really just need to see like 1 or 2 big games from these higher level teams that have been struggling, like TSM, like G2, and G2 finally brought it out. And look at that. They're already up to 6th place here. If we could see 1 more of those out of them, then they're easily going to break the top 5 here to end the day.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we even saw the same thing happen out at Esports Arena, though. We were looking at those overall standings, and they were in dead last at one point, and now that's not something they have to worry about anymore, and that's all because of 1 really solid performance. So our teams still have a chance. This is still only the first day, and I think the second day is actually just going to get even crazier.
Yeah, that's what I love about this format. Like you said, first day only, a team could do just as good as our top teams on day 2, or just as bad as the other teams on day 1, and completely flip it around. The fact that they can go back to the drawing board is great as well. And if you're just tuning in, quick rundown of how things are kind of working here. This is the Apex Legends JBL Quantum Cup competition, $50,000 prize pool. Top 5 gets paid, and a 2-day competition. 6 matches played today, 6 matches played tomorrow on World's Edge, and it's cumulative across both days. So at the end of the day, the top 5 teams will get paid, and the winning team will also take home that beautiful NFT digital trophy as well, courtesy of JBL. So there's a lot of Apex to be played still, that is for sure. Teams like Complexity, TSM, who's still on the right side of that screen, bottom 11 through 20th, I think, can still bounce back on day 2. And speaking of Complexity, we haven't watched a whole lot of them. Any idea what's going on there, Blue?
It's looking again like a team is kind of like trying to pick and choose their fights here. They're trying to play for strong positioning, and as we saw in that most recent game, never could really get any sort of positioning to play with. First position they take outside of Thermal Station, I think it was, though, had 2 teams jumping onto them. Second position, same thing. They got caught in a cross in the alley, and then it happened later in the game as well. So this team's really just been struggling to try and find some type of position to play from, and has always been on the run, it seems.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on complexity, see if they can have a solid game 6. By the way, game 6 is around the corner. Before we jump in, let's take a look at the kill leaderboards as well, so you can see who's performing from an individual perspective. Crook still on top, Klain still right behind him with 14 kills for Klain, 16 for Crook, playing so well today. PGG's very own Aprizi doing a great job with 10. Clarify, it's really Xset all day. 3 members of Xset on the main screen. They're the only team besides CLT that has a top or a multiple performer. That's how good Xset's doing, Litter.
The fact that we now have the entire squad up here is crazy. Love seeing that Sweet's able to still hold on to that spot, even though they've had an unlucky past 2 games. But at the very bottom, Verhulst has snuck his way in there in 10th position after this last performance from TSM. And I love that it's Verhulst out of anyone that has made their way up here.
Mr. Evan Verhulst himself breaking into the top 10, making a name for himself and proving why he deserved that 3rd spot on the God Squad TSM. Maybe not the God Squad today, though, unless they can have a big game 6. They had a solid game number 5, just didn't get the placement that they wanted. We will see what they can do, because game number 6, our last game of the day, is here. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, we want your predictions. Blow it up in the chat. Who do you want to play well in game 6? Who do you want to do well? Who do you think is going to do well? Let us know your thoughts as we jump in to game number 6. Players are dropping in here, and it is time. Throwing it over to you, Blue and Glitter.
All right, let's get into it. Our final drop into World's Edge of the day here before we give our teams their break, before we head into the second half of these matches tomorrow here. Plenty of teams, plenty of fan favorites here in the ranks as well that have not been able to find any wins just as of yet. So make sure you're letting us know who you want to come out on top of this match. Teams like Complexity, even Energy, G2, and TSM still looking for that gold medal so far here. Will they be able to get it in game 6? That's going to be our big question, as we do see another fairly centered circle, obviously a little bit more to the south this time. It's going to be pretty similar to the 2 others we've had pulling to this area.
At least there's a little bit of give there. At least the first zone is a little bit northeast, so that teams like Absolute Monarchy over and Overlook, they've got a little bit of cushion as far as their rotation goes. But Noble going to be in a fantastic spot once again. Ghost and BBG in a solid spot, and I feel like what we've actually seen all day, Blue, is the teams that are getting these zone pulls early on, and we saw this happen to G2 in the first few games, it's a lot harder for them to hold on to it into the late game.
It makes sense when you consider, again, a lot of these teams are trying to pick off for these earlier fights, trying to go for like long-range chip damage to upgrade their shield. It's kind of, kind of putting a target on their back in a lot of situations there, and I think making a lot of teams focus on them for when the rotates do go in, because they're making their positions a little bit more obvious than some of the other teams who are just going for a quick Valk rotate and just kind of sitting there waiting to analyze the situation a bit more compared to the teams that have been there the entire game and have much better awareness of that. So we need to try and see if our teams that start off in there can kind of walk a bit of a finer line, maybe, to not draw as much aggro to them. But either way, we're taking a look at Space Station here as they're moving all over the place, looting things up on the outskirts of these unnamed areas to try and get themselves in good shape before they push to the circle. And BBG, in the meanwhile, might have actually found someone to fight against here, as we're going to see Tempest at least throw out his Q real quick for the Rocket Barrage.
Yeah, Space Station, obviously our 3rd place teams. They've been doing well for themselves so far, but now we've got eyes on Ghost Gaming, we've got eyes on Xset, and Xset has just continued to perform every single game, and I would like to see that type of consistency out of some more of our squads.
Yeah, Xset's really been finding, it seems like, the cleanest routes to work their way into the Circle's territory. Not only that, but has a great record right now in terms of winning out their 3v3 fights. TSM, in the meanwhile, going to get into a very early engagement as I'm Madness gets knocked out for Ghost Gaming. No recovery for him. It's looking like Panders might be pretty low here, too, as he's going to be only on health for the Bloodhound, trying to escape, trying to get over towards his teammates. But TSM on the tail of these players here. TSM also trying to recover a little bit for themselves. They take a bit of heat from that Arc Star thrown in there. Hal nearly getting knocked out from that one, and another one of their teammates as well, quite low, but thankfully they have control over this building now, so can fall back and quickly rebound themselves.
That was rough, getting caught out like that for Ghost. They're gonna have to figure out how they want to handle the rest of this game now. See so many squads that have already once again made their way towards where they think the zone's going to pull. Lava Siphon's gonna be a little bit of a scary area, as Built by Gamers are now fighting Noble.
It's gonna be...
Wait, okay, TSM and Ghost Built by Gamers and Noble. 2 different fights are going on right now. Ghost is now down to 1. TSM is giving us that aggression we've been looking for all day, while Built by Gamers are actually being given some time to get a little bit of a reset, but not enough time, as they do get pushed by W, who end up taking out the rest of their team.
W leap into that fight with a vengeance, it seems there, and Fury is the one to pick up most of the kills for the squad here. Meanwhile, Ghost still trying to run from TSM, as Pandas is now the only one left alive for the squad here with very minimal HP as well. You can see W still nearby here, still chasing out a squad for themselves, and they're gonna catch Noble too, cracking at least one of them and downing another, so should have pretty clean rights to get themselves 2 of these KPs, if not the outright team, for a total of what could be 6 here, assuming the W got the full wipe on their previous target as well.
This is a lot of early game action that we have yet to see out of our previous 5 matches. Feels like a lot of these teams want to go out with a vengeance here, at least make sure there's some action in the final match if they're forced into an early game fight, because we lost a full squad, but we've lost a lot of individual players on quite a few other squads here, and a lot of them are going to be in trouble.
Absolutely the case here. Last game of the day, last chance to pick up those points, so some teams might be hungry to try and prove themselves on the leaderboard here to put them in a better position for the second half of games tomorrow here. TSM certainly one of those, as they've wiped out at least 1 full squad for themselves, and W might be the one challenging them on the other side of the engagement at the moment here. But they as well have been hot on the tails of so many teams trying to pick up these kills, easily the 2 most aggressive ones, and they are indeed directly across from each other with 100 Thieves lurking on the outskirts of this for a potential third party. Absolute Monarchy catching rotates of some players a little bit closer to the tree area as well, but not really going to be able to catch any serious damage. Once again, just trying to chip in for as much damage as possible. No shield upgrades to be seen, but they can bleed some mats out of their opponents.
NRG was popping up in the kill feed as well. They were able to find that last remaining player for Ghost. Ghost now being our second team taken out here in this final match. A little bit of an unfortunate ending for them, especially when you consider the zone. They should have been able to have this kind of working to their advantage, but I think there was just so much more early game chaos that unfortunately that combined with a rotation they couldn't hold out. But now checking in with Lazarus over in Fragment East, just heading out of Epicenter. They're starting to make that rotation somewhere safe and definitely keeping their eyes out as they do so, because there are a lot of squads that do land in this northern area. I believe Complexity is already down by Lava Siphon, but they are one of those teams that lands up there as well. So Lazarus might potentially have to fight through quite a few squads to get somewhere safe.
Liquid in the meanwhile going to get gifted a second golden shield to play with here. That plays very well into their play style. Very rotate heavy, very much on the heels of a lot of other teams here. So having the capability to get that double heal out of the cells is going to be a huge advantage for them, as it gives them that capability to get back in the fight that much more quickly, especially while a lot of other teams are still working with white, blue, or purple shields before they get the full upgrades going. Furia in the middle of a hot spot, quite literally, as a defensive bombardment is coming down on top of them at this point here. G2, one of the other teams on the other side of this fight, but they're not the only one. It looks like we might have one other squad potentially trying to sneak the KPs off of Furia as well, but G2 is the main aggressor here right now, and they're gonna full commit to the fight, as there is indeed another squad getting some shots off onto Designful from down below.
Those were some really solid nades that also came out of the squad. G2 decides they're going to continue this push as Furia is forced to back off. Very, very low and in a rough position for Furia. I mean, G2's obviously just going to continue chasing this down. The knocks come out, the full kills come out. G2 continuing their aggression from this last game, and Furia now down to only 1 player.
Helps with Zera, unfortunately, not even with a chance to recover the banners at this point, and not looking like they're really going to get it anytime soon either. The circle has already closed in on them, so we'd have to run back out to be able to do that. To be fair, the circle stops just short of him, so maybe there's a chance, but G2 more than likely going to stick around for long enough to make that thought pretty much impossible for Zera. So Fury gonna have to try and wrap this one out as far into the placements as they possibly can. We already saw for 100 Thieves, they were able to pull off a 3rd place finish by doing that just in the last game, but obviously again, much different circumstances, and they were brought down their final player a lot later on in the match as well. So it will be a fairly tough task. As we take a look at Lazarus now, specifically we've got Dank throwing out some nice shots here from the charge rifle to power up his own shields, and of course bleed some more cells, maybe some batteries as well out of his opponents across the way.
Also getting some nice damage onto his shield, going from blue to purple there, so that's always nice to have your poke damage pay off. Absolute Monarchy all of a sudden in a really rough spot up against Renegades, it looks like. not going the way of Absolute Monarchy right now, but Team Liquid, I was looking at the map when we had that going, and it's looking like Liquid, G2, and I think Knights were the only teams that were still outside of the zone, taking their time, rotating their way in, while everybody else has kind of hunkered down and is just waiting this battle out. You can see Premier here just staring off into the distance.
Ronnie went to go get a snack or something, I think, while for the circle like close in, because he's just chilling on that pre-fire angle right now here. And meanwhile, Crook, he's a little bit busier here as he's going to exchange some shots from another member that has a longbow, it looks like, as well here. He'll take at least one of those shots and quickly back away from the window to get those cells back off and get him up to full HP. It seems like the other team, though, is favoring the aggression towards it. Oh, and PGG is going to love this. So much pressure going onto the Renegades roster just to their right side. Now they're going to get some thrown at them, too. It looks like from Xset. Kenny throwing out his Q onto the team hiding on the inside here. So Premier doesn't have full safety. They're just peppering these longbow shots as of yet, but certainly going to be able to get some damage and might be able to sneak a few KPs out of the fight if either of these teams in the buildings across the way end up fully jumping onto each other.
We did see Absolute Monarchy there for a second. It looks like Stomps was the only one that is down. So you've got Davis and Sung still alive, trying to hold out in that building, still in the crosshairs of RNG, trying to do as much damage as they can. Renegades really trying to clean up these squads that are around them, because if they all end up having to move, it is going to be a less than ideal situation. All these caustic barrels are going to be very useful for holding their position for now, as we see Xset starting to try to do some poke damage. And they've honestly been quite comfortable here. They haven't had to do a whole lot since very early on.
Take a look once again at the potential upcoming fights we could have between our teams here. A lot of them enclosing very, very close to each other here. And keep in mind, again, only in our second circle. This is a very different game from the ones that we've had previously. Already 2 squads knocked out, and there could very well be a few more going down relatively soon due to the close proximity of so many of these players. Esports Arena fighting off, I believe, against 2 different squads right now, as they're going to take shots from either side of this pit here. Who exactly is the one jumping onto them? Well, we're waiting to see that as we switch over to TSM's POV for a sec as well. They're just as cool as a cucumber right now. You've got Verholz hiding out in the vents up on top, just waiting for someone to try and challenge this building here if they should be so brave. But Liquid also finally moving into the hot spot themselves here. They're hot on the heels of at least one team for themselves. I believe Knights are going to be on the other end of this engagement, as Liquid are going to take quite a few nade beats of damage here as well, forcing them to hold back and also forcing them to throw out the caustic nade, as the push is going to come in from Knights to try and fully eliminate them. We'll see how the zone control with the caustic works out, as a spray coming in between both parties. Knights so far losing just one of their own. The trade's coming out the other direction, and it is going to result in the outright death of the Knights as Liquid defends their position.
They had an insanely clutch arc star stick there in the middle of that I think is what turned the tides in favor of Liquid in that fight. But now G2 hunting down Lazarus in this choke point right outside of Harvester. They've already got 2 down. They're just trying to find the last and final player of this team. You know G2 is not going to let them live, so that is not looking so great for Lazarus. Noble, though, out here getting some loot on all of those death boxes of the Knights players, and apparently they came in for the third party, because now Liquid is in a rough spot.
Now Liquid here only down to just Flanker, and yes, Nocturnal could still be brought back up, but it's not looking likely here as he tries to back away from the fight a little bit closer to Flank. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. He might have a chance to get brought back in. Flanker has to move very quickly if it's going to be in the cards, though, as Nocturnal is running out of time. But yes, they will bring him back, so Liquid will be able to maintain with at least 2 of their roster. As we switch things up, though, TSM seems to be in possibly the middle of a fight against Absolute Monarchy, but never mind. It's Absolute Monarchy pushing in here, wiping out a different squad instead, as they're going to be able to possibly claim 3 more KPs for themselves. But however, another third party leaps in, as it looks like the Renegades go forward to clean up our previous squad holding this building here. And Liquid, now armed to the teeth, now fully back up with at least the 2 that they have going. They will retrieve the banner of their third teammate, see if maybe there's a deployable beacon somewhere on these death boxes here, and they can get back to full force. But if not, though, they will have to fight this one out with the 2 stragglers here. And it's looking like Designful actually working his way back over to the Team Liquid position, giving them that moment of relief to recenter themselves, only to jump back on and finish them off now, or at least attempt to do so, as they're putting the chase on them indeed, and already have one of these players cracked.
And I'm pretty sure that Noble's still alive in front of Team Liquid, so they are in a really rough spot right now as G2 decided to go for this very wide rotate and has been playing this edge of zone for quite some time now. Team Liquid trying to heal through all of the damage plus the zone. They're in a tight position. Everybody knows where they are, and G2 is not about to let anybody live. They have been on the hunt for the past 2 games, and Liquid will fall to G2 as they continue their destruction.
G2 is hungry for some KPs on our 6th game of the day now that they know they're truly kind of in the money here, fairly close to it, pushing themselves up to a 6th place position overall after the last game's results here. They want to be in that top 5 though, as that's where all the prizing's being given out, and so far they are doing a fantastic job of keeping themselves competitive, at least in terms of KPs for this game here, having wiped out 2 if not more squads from the 6 that have been deleted so far in this game. Space Station is going to get that scan sent out against them here, as we'll be close to the lava siphon now, and it's looking like, again, they're going to have fairly close proximity, as the Charlotte Phoenix roster is going to be right outside, and maybe even one other squad as well in the area. Could become very messy very soon, as we're going to go back to another fight. G2 still in the midst of an engagement outside of this rotation point here, with the defensive bombardment coming out against them. They're going to use this as an opportunity to push forward, though, and jump onto the Noble roster.
And that was the roster that we knew was kind of in the general vicinity, as well as they were right in front of Liquid. Noble takes a lot of damage from G2. They do back off and try to see if they can give themselves a little bit of breathing room. Noble now has G2 in their crosshairs. There is so much damage being traded back and forth while they're also trying to make sure they can get their bats. The Valk Q does come in, and it is able to chip away a little bit. G2's looking very confident in this fight, and Noble's on the back foot. They're going to try to back away and see if they can maybe escape with just a sliver of health, but they can't. G2 continuing to wipe out every single team in their path.
Just 6 kills only on Resulta as well, and I know they've built up more than that. So G2 absolutely shredding it right now in the kill department. And we're not even into the top 10 squads as of yet. They have in large part wiped out the large majority of this lobby that has been eliminated so far. So some great results for them. We go to Esports Arena now, who I think sits on the other side of this kind of valley from G2. They've been hearing all that action over the hill and are probably patiently waiting for them to make the push forward. But 100 Thieves is also nearby in this area, possibly waiting for an opportunity to strike themselves should it present itself here. And they're going to find it. Nice shots coming in from Vayne there as he connects at least one from the wingman, but really just chip damage at the end of the day here as the team tries to upgrade themselves for the final few circles coming up fairly shortly. And here's G2 now trying to make the push forward, trying to get themselves into this main valley where most of the teams are going to be stacked towards now. This will be the hardest part of their play yet. Despite the recent success they have had, they're now going to have to probably push themselves into a much tougher fight than they've taken up until this point.
I just saw that G2 has 2 of their players, because we only got to see 2 of those POVs, but they've got 2 players at almost 1,400 damage apiece right now. So G2 has just been on an absolute warpath, and now they have a bit of a rough spot in front of them. They are at the top of the choke. TSM, Esports Arena, 100 Thieves are all below them, and they need to decide how they want to make the push through here.
Yeah, this might be the end of the run for G2 if they're not going to be able to find an easy way to get themselves past. You can see 100 Thieves keeping an eye up on top of the rocks as well, just to make sure that nobody tries to go for the Valkyrie deploy, get themselves into a better position to jump up on top of 100 Thieves here. So things are going to continue to be very, very tense between all 4 of the squads that are in this area, because TSM also does have Esports Arena sitting directly below them. Premier GG, as we go to a different part of the map, though, is going for the Valkyrie deploy themselves. Might actually end up jumping into this very awkward situation between TSM, 100 Thieves, Esports Arena, and now G2. But here comes that push. G2 is going to move in. 100 Thieves, or rather Esports Arena, is going to be the first one to try and jump onto them. But now 100 Thieves has to defend their own home territory, doing it quite well here so far. Xset also jumping into an engagement versus Renegades in a different part of the map, but G2 holding themselves alive. They take a lot of heat. They do drop one member of the 100 Thieves roster while still keeping all 3 of theirs up and running. Now it's over to the corner for a quick reset here. They're not going to have all the luxuries in the world to get themselves back to full strength. Defensive bombardment coming in, dealing a lot of damage to them. And in the meanwhile, while this distraction has been going on, we are going to see on the inside 100 Thieves working on getting that other player back up. G2 has been engaged upon by another team, either Esports Arena or TSM, depending on who's still in the area. 100 Thieves now back at full strength. They're also potentially going to be able to jump back onto G2 yet again. So the time is running out for G2, or really any of these teams, to get themselves the heck out of here.
You know, I don't know what their best option here. There's a part of me that says that maybe they should have tried to go for a redeploy and see if they could have escaped those squads because this is a rough place for them to be fighting. Everybody knows where they are. I'm surprised they escaped with their lives, considering how many squads are in that general vicinity and that they haven't really taken too much for it. But we'll have to see what they can manage to do with that. And as we check in with Complexity, they do go down to NRG, who's got a much better showing going for themselves. G2 now back in the midst of an engagement. These wingman shots coming out of Designful are just hurting 100 Thieves right now. And there's no way 100 Thieves can make it out of it this time around. They do go down. G2 clearing out yet another squad.
That's got to be something close to 9 kills,
right?
If not more than that now. For G2 is once again just shutting down every single team engagement that they have got themselves into, and even escaping some dodgier third-party scenarios as well. But their next challenger is going to be a tough one if they continue to directly push in. Esports Arena evacuated the zone. Now we're going to see them jump into a completely different fight, however, as they take up an actually surprisingly open building, or at least it would appear that way. But there is another squad close by that they're going to have to contend with. G2 and TSM will likely fight against each other relatively soon, though, if they're both going to be sticking around. But never mind, TSM also evacuating with the Valkyrie redeploy, so they're also going to get the heck out of there.
Renegades in a really rough spot right now. They're going up. Okay, NRG's clearing out. Sweet. How many people just died there, Blue? Wait a second.
I think we lost like 4 squads there. Oh, here we go. Another big fight as TSM leaps into the engagement. The Rockets coming in to support, but the Bubble's going to mitigate most of that damage. One player down here, TSM getting low, but they survive it. They knock out SSG, but there's a whole other party coming in to make mincemeat of them, and they're unfortunately not going to be able to hold this time around here. It's G2, I think, that ends up cleaning them up possibly, as indeed they're going to follow through that team's Valkyrie redeploy and jump right on top of TSM to take them out. G2 is destroying it right now, and the only one that can come close to contending with them is Energy, who's been quietly picking up a lot of kills for themselves on the other side of the map. G2 already involved in another fight here. Esports Arena sitting fairly close by, but they're not the only ones. You've got pretty much every single squad inside of this tiny area trying to fight for placement. Premier GG, you can see Ronnie also still trying to rat his way to a high placement, nearly in the top 5. He's doing quite well on that, but it's G2 that controls the pacing of this game right now.
This is actually an insane performance from G2 right now. And what's even scarier is you can see right here in this top down, the solo that escaped the clutches of G2, Zera, is unseen by any of the teams below, holding the top of this rock, watching all of this action go down, just waiting for their moment to rain down destruction from above. And I'm actually very afraid for the potential from that solo third party.
Zera's watching over this like it's an arena, like he's actually Ash right now here. So we'll see once again if they can come out on top with that rat victory. In the meanwhile, Energy has finally been able to down one of the members of G2, so maybe the beginning of the end of this team's already very impressive run. Even a 6th place finish is going to be massive points for G2, considering the amount of KPs they picked up over the course of this game. Energy, though, hot on the tails of G2 as they try to recover, and they're not going to be the only one. W actually backing away from this fight, not wanting to be a part of this right now, but they will move in, and they'll catch Zera, so that hope of once again a rat victory is going to die fairly quickly, as that'll be the first squad to go down of our final 6. However, quickly seeing W pay the price for moving out, though, as a few of their members are going to go down, but so is Sweet from NRG. G2 still holding on despite the fact that they were one of the first players to lose a member inside of this fight. They're now going to jump in, but it's too aggressive. Energy holds their own ground. Nathan keeping this team alive, and more importantly saving his own Gibby's life. Ronnie now just going to the skies as he's the other rat in this lobby right now. Energy still in this fight. Also, you can see Rocker just with a sliver of HP on his shields there, and now it's Esports Arena from up on top trying to jump into this. PGG's last member is in the fight as well. He's been able to actually take out Rocker, get himself an extra KP, and ultimately Esports Arena, the smart play, the smart placement, and the smart timing to jump into the fight gets them a victory to close out the day.
That was absolutely insane. The fact that G2 held on for as long as they did against the onslaught of NRG. The fact that at the end, Esports Arena outplayed literally everyone, and huge kudos to Ronnie Fallout for that solo Valk play at the end, because I thought he was going to be able to sneak in and clean up NRG.
Again, Glitter, you take the words right out of my mouth. We're sharing a brain here because you're spot on. Ronnie able to sneak a third place finish for PGG. I mean, that is huge for Premier from a rat spot. Thank goodness. You always want your rat to be Valkyrie. Ideally, it used to be Wraith back in the day, but being able to be Valkyrie means you can fly way up in the sky, let everyone fight underneath you, and 3 or 4 teams ended up getting taken out while that was happening, and he's able to get a third place spot. But the winners of this game, the big winners, 2-time winners of today, Esports Arena, they do it big, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely the case. They were well-deserved once again. Just like the finish we had on Fragment earlier, they take the patient route there, and a very, very aggressive situation as well. We saw them even earlier on when they were stuck in that kind of awkward situation between them, TSM, G2, and I believe one more squad. I think it was 100 Thieves sitting on the other side of this village. They were having to kind of sit on the outskirts of that one, made the correct choice of when to go for their Valkyrie redeploy, and it got them into a very powerful position where, once again, they kind of dictated the state of play for that final circle or two, and were able to wait it out, come out on top, wait until they knew they were going to control it, and then finally leaping into the fight. Also a good job of avoiding G2 because they were truly a force to be reckoned with throughout the large majority of that game, especially for anybody who was having to rotate north to south over the course of that circle closure.
Yeah, it's foreshadowing as we just flipped over to G2 doing exactly that, flying at everyone that they saw. G2 doing what they do best. They love playing edge. They love taking their fights on edge, and they did so much of that throughout this game. You saw it over towards Harvester and, of course, the choke leading to Landslide. You saw it right there, right above near Respawn Village, between Respawn Village and the no-name POI north of Lava Siphon. G2 taking fight after fight. Here's another cleanup that they had over Noble and ended up surviving, making it to late game. You look, 6 kills already at this point in the game for G2. I can't wait to see what they ended up with, because I know they were able to make it even further to late game. They take out 100 Thieves. It was literally just the G2 hit list is what it seemed like for most of this game, Glitter. One team after another getting eliminated.
Did you see that at the end? That at the end of that fight, Designful had 2k damage, and that was not even the last fight that we saw G2 get into. And that we saw that on multiple G2 players. It might be one of the most aggressive games that we have seen out of any of these squads in a while. I mean, they were just on an unstoppable warpath, but in the end, Esports Arena outplayed everybody. And
oh my
God.
No surprise there.
Insane. Another, I think their second 15 kill game in a row. Yes, it is. Or their second 15 kill game of this tournament. G2 is slaying. That was crazy. And I'm glad we ran that replay back, because we got to see that they were just about 53 HP away from taking out a full NRG squad as well. Finally, NRG ended their warpath, as Glitter called it, but a monstrous game for G2 Esports Arena, though the first place 12-point finish helps them get 18 overall. NRG with a really big game as well, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And while obviously Esports Arena was the ultimate winner of this match, it really was the story of the push from the north rotate in G2 and Energy doing virtually the same exact thing on the south side. We didn't get to catch them on the observer POV that much, but I was always seeing them in the kill feed, and they were constantly wiping out squads as they were also trying to rotate closer to circle territory. Just so many consistent fights going their way, and it's a large part of how they're able to control the top end of that scoreboard in similar fashion despite not having the placements to support it.
Yeah, meanwhile, taking a look at the second page of the competition, at least game 6, Noble with 3 points. All right, respectable 3 points. Complexity, early rotate. They got over to Lava Siphon, the kind of northern side of Lava Siphon. Solid rotation for them, but just, again, could not make it to late game, unfortunately. And then, you know, of course, a lot of the teams that maybe have not been on the front page this time, the ones we've been talking about at least a lot, NRG, TSM, both performing well. 100 Thieves in 10th place overall in these games. But, of course, we have the overall standings. That's what matters. Who will end the day on top? And it's XSEC.
Wow.
Continuing
so close,
with their consistency. But yeah, it's so close all the way to 5th place. I mean, even below that, 44 to 42 points to 8th place. I mean, it's just a 14-point difference between 8th place and 1st place, Glitter.
I mean, there's a lot going on. One, I'm very impressed with XSEC's ability to be able to hold on to that lead. But then on the flip side, it's not that much of a lead anymore. I mean, these teams have just chipped away at it all day, and the performances that we've seen out of them have been crazy. I'm mostly also very impressed by Esports Arena. I mean, 2 wins going from dead last to now top 8. That's a huge improvement throughout the day. So tomorrow is where things are really going to start to get close.
Yeah, my question for you, Blue, do you think the teams that are in the very bottom part of the standings, right? Complexity with 15, BBG with 13, Lazarus with 7. Do you think they still have a chance tomorrow? What do they have to do to kind of turn it around?
I mean, it's looking rough for sure. Once again, it seems like rotates the main things that's really catching a lot of these teams. The bottom 4, especially for 100 Thieves, that's been a consistent issue for them for a while. And inside of this tournament, those other 3 teams as well, as we're seeing the small amounts of POV we're getting for them on the observer feed, they're just getting caught trying to go for those Valkyrie redeploys, or trying to move to a safer position and never really able to find that. So that's going to be the big change that they have to make. They just have to either make those moves earlier or make them with a little bit better intel in their pocket about who's going to potentially be there, as they're just getting caught out far too often.
Yep, and we'll see, of course, if they can bounce back in day number 2. I really do think it's possible. We've seen Complexity have just ridiculous days, right, where they drop 12, 15, 17 kills per game, massive point games. Now, what's interesting about Complexity right now, I think a lot of people that watch ALGS know I'm a big Complexity fan. I'm a big fan of Monsoon, who he is as a person, as a leader, as a player. I have been for a long time because they're fun to watch, but it almost seems like they don't have a clear identity now in terms of their team composition. I think they're running Caustic. They've been running Caustic as a late. I'm not sure if they still are, but that aggressive kind of bloodhound team comp is really when they were able to shine. High kills, very aggressive in their play style. Sometimes they rotate early. They play early rotate and placement. You saw it right there in a couple other games, and I'm just not sure if that's their best kind of identity. It seems like they're kind of stuck between wanting to play placement and rotate heavy, or wanting to play kills and edge, and because of that kind of awkward lack of decision or lack of identity, I think that might be a part of why we're not seeing such great consistent performances out of them, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think you really hit the nail on the head there, where they kind of are splitting between this playstyle of wanting to play more aggressively and sometimes wanting to hold back. This is a team that I think is really smart and really tries to analyze a situation or a potential fight before they jump into it. But I think that's presenting a bit of a double-edged sword for this team, because they're maybe thinking a little bit too much about that, and that's just leaving them stagnant in a lot of situations. And then they maybe make the rotate a little bit too late. The fight's already over, and now they're just in a bad position where they're going to get jumped on by another team or something like that. So maybe just quicker decision-making is what needs to change here for Complexity to find much better positioning more than anything inside of these late circles.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Overthinking will certainly cost you, especially in a battle royale where you have to make the most ridiculously fast decisions in terms of how you rotate, how you do things. But did just get word that we are very fortunate that we get to be joined with a member of PGG. It's one of the stars of today. It's Hill. How you doing, my friend? How you feeling after day 1?
Pretty good. A little disappointed with our game, I think 4. It literally ended on our POI, and that should be a massive game from us, but we made a little mistake, but you learn from it.
That's right. You guys did take a win, though, today. You guys had a really, really solid day overall. Talking about the game that you won. What went so well for you in that one?
Can you remind me which game we won? Oh, yeah, that one.
Was it game 3? 4, 5, 2? I think it was 3.
Yeah,
I think it was 3.
I remember. It ended out in the open. We kind of got lucky with zone keep pulling back to us, and we went for a Valk ult, and we kind of just do that to look for opportunities. Worst case scenario, we kind of go back from where we come from. Best case scenario, we see an opportunity unfold between us, and we saw, I don't know who it was, but we saw a group fighting right here, and it just a massive open area for us to land. And then once we cleaned that up, it was kind of just containing the edge and just a free win.
Tell us about how those first 2 games went. We had very similar circles both times there, and I think we saw a lot of teams adjust their strategy. So many teams trying to go for that very far southwest village there and take early positioning, which didn't end up panning out because the circle pulled away from it. And then we had almost the exact opposite thing happen on the second game. So how did you guys try to handle that?
We kind of actually got a little unlucky that, because game 1 we guessed wrong, game 2 we guessed wrong. So we got a little unlucky with that, but we got a good amount of KPs, so we ended, I think, like 5 points and 6 points, and if that's your bad games, you're going to do well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we really saw the entire lobby at the end of today start to pick up their aggression, and heading into tomorrow, I anticipate that it's probably going to be just as crazy as that, especially when we see just how close the standings are. So what's your headspace like heading into tomorrow, and what's your plan?
That's a known thing. Basically, every game 5 and 6, teams that are kind of lower on the bracket start to be a little bit more risky, and I don't mess with that. I go zone, I caustic up, I mind my business. So we'll be doing the same thing. Luckily, that playstyle isn't impacted by psychos on the edge. That's their job. I'm chilling in zone.
I love that breakdown, man. Well, you guys are going to keep dropping launch site, keep causticking up, as you said, keep rotating early, playing for placement. That's awesome, man. Well, it's interesting. Despite going zone and playing, heavy rotation, you still have Crook and people on your team that are just popping off in the kills categories. Last question for you as we wrap up. Talk about your teammates' performances today.
I mean, Crook, you can literally just count on him. We're just in zone. We're vibing. We're minding our business. He's like, oh, gotta kill. Oh, gotta kill. Oh, gotta kill. I don't know where it comes from, but you take it. Ronnie, you walk into that dude, you're dead. As you can see in that end game, he drops down, finishes one, almost gets a second of NRG, but they get the armor swap. Like, he got the close range. Crook got the far range. I just try and keep everyone doing their job.
I love it, man. You play the role of being the important rock for the squad, which makes sense given your experience competing in Apex and ALGS. I've been a big fan for a long time, my dude. It's good to see you and have you live for an interview here as we wrap up. Any final shout outs, any final words you want to wrap up with?
Just shout out to my teammates, shout out to PGG. That's it.
I love it.
And
congratulations again to Premier, a solid showing. Hey, we'll right back at you, brother. A solid showing for Premier in day number 1. That's going to be it for Hill. Thanks again, man. You have a good night.
Thank you. See you guys.
See you later. Good to get some insight from Hill there, especially hearing him talk about his teammates, how good they are, obviously, and how they're going to kind of approach tomorrow, which is, hey, more of the same. Let the lunatics fight on edge. When he says lunatics, he means the G2s, the complexities sometimes of the world. But good to get some perspective from Hill there, Glitter.
Can we do more interviews? Can more people talk with us? Because this is some of my favorite part of these shows, when we get to hang out with them and kind of hear their thoughts on how the day went. And it's like I said, it's nice to get to know them, hear their personalities shine through. It's the best part.
Yeah, that's right. That is right. I couldn't agree more. I'm all about more interviews. I'm a big fan. But kudos again to Hill, the Premier squad. Kudos to XSET, currently on top right now, looking to get another championship win. Or at least when I say championship win, they've won one of the Pro League days. They came out on top in first place, looking to do it again tomorrow. The question is, can they? Set your alarms, set your calendars. Tomorrow, we are back in the afternoon, Eastern time, North American time at least. I think around 12 Pacific is when we're going live. You want to be there, because trust me, it is 6 more games to see who will win the lion's share of the $50,000 prize pool for the JBL Quantum Cup. A massive thank you once again to JBL for putting this together, putting together such a great weekend of esports competitions. Big thank you to our production team. Shout out to Phil, our producer. On behalf of myself, I'm Fallout alongside Blue and Glitter. We'll be back tomorrow for some more Apex action. We'll see you then. Have a great night, everybody.
When I'm in an important match, my JBL Quantum 1 headset delivers the 3 things that I need the most: sound precision, communication clarity, and total comfort. I can hear my enemies reload, planting the spike, their footsteps, and even more. Echo canceling, make sure you're heard loud and clear to rally the troops. Active noise canceling eliminates outside noise so that my team and I can keep our heads in the game. Premium memory foam ear cushions, perfect for intense gaming sessions. JBL Quantum 1, sound is survival.